Hi, everyone, and welcome to Angular International Women's Day. My name is Tracy, one of your hosts today. I'm very excited to share with you our schedule. We have a pretty great lineup today. Oops. Google Slides is having fun with me. We have a pretty great lineup today. So first off, we have a keynote and an introduction where I've invited a few awesome people to come speak about things. And then we are going to get started with Katarina on Google Maps and Angular. Jennifer Wadella is going to be talking about Scully. Then we have Deborah talking about RxJS and data streams. Kaitlyn will be talking about NgRx. And then we have a really amazing Woman of Angular panel. This is a community panel. And then we're going to be joined in the afternoon by some of the Angular core team members, leaders of Angular. So that'll be fun and amazing. They're going to talk about a wide variety of things happening, what's coming up in Angular, etc., and how they got to where they are in their careers. And then if Google Slides would let me do my thing, then Yvonne will actually be talking about understanding company equity in your benefits package. This is a very important topic that I feel like a lot of people really come at a disadvantage when they don't understand. So we are going to do the keynote and introduction. So I wanted to bring these amazing gentlemen onto the screen. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
So you might wonder why we have three gentlemen on the screen, and it is because I personally asked them to come join. And I thought it'd be really great if some of the men in the Angular community spent a few minutes to just celebrate the woman in the Angular community. So thank you so much, Jeff, Aaron. Oh, where is Aaron? I guess just Jeff, Stephen, and Mike to join us, and for being allies, and just celebrating the amazing women that we know and love in the Angular community. So I will let you gentlemen take it from here.
Awesome. I guess I'll go first here. So there's a small handful of women that I want to call out who I think are doing a fantastic job at both leadership as well as engineering. So the first one is actually my former boss, Jules Kremer, where she's always been a great boss. She is a thought leader. She cares about the community. And I want to just tell a couple of brief stories about her. When I first joined the Angular team, one of the first things she said to me was, "I'm not your boss." And that sounds like a really weird, scary thing for your boss to say to you. But she said it because one of the things that she does amazing for myself and for everyone on the Angular team is she's an empowering leader. She makes other people able to realize the impact and the good that they can have on the world, and then finds a way to help them do that. So that has always been fantastic. I remember some of the first calls I had with her where I was like literally jumping up and down in my seat because she gets it, right? Like when you talk about community, when you talk about engineering, when you talk about product, she totally understands everything there. And she's like light years beyond myself and a lot of the other people in the space, because she just really sees a lot of the different angles. And she has this really innate ability to cut through to the truth in anything. And when she talks about the community, you can kind of see it in her eyes, right? She cares about this community. She cares about the people that are involved in Angular, in the technology. And she's also a huge thought leader where every time I meet with her, I come away with a action item list of like 9 things that I need to go do that I've been like inspired to do, that like, she's like, yeah, of course we should be doing that. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's such a great idea. The second female leader that I want to talk about is Deborah Kurata, who she does a fantastic job at advocating, and I'd say she's one of probably the leading advocates for the journey that we're all on as developers. I know Deborah primarily from, she actually comes to all of the community events. So whenever I put on an event or Tracy puts on an event in the community, she shows up at every single Angular meetup, even though I think she really has nothing left to learn. Like she could be talking and presenting at every single one of those meetups. And we would all probably learn more than she does when she comes in. And she also cares so deeply, and she does a fantastic job at representing the needs of so many developers, like millions of developers out there. Like I got a email from her the other day, and she was like, "You're breaking the new user journey. You're breaking the experience for Angular developers." And she really helped the team understand kind of some of the impact of some of the things we do, and is helping us to be better about that. I want to call it another engineer that I don't know that well, but I'm getting to know a lot better. But it's Natalia Vendito, who she is one of the best people out there at solving problems that affect kind of lots and lots of developers that we have kind of missed and forgotten about in some ways. So when we were doing her GTE interview, I hate to share too much, but we have a checklist, right? Speaking, organizing, content, developing, mentoring. And for each one, I was like, usually GTE is only strong in 2 or 3 of these categories, but speaking, yeah, she was doing great there. She's all over the world. Organizing, yeah, she's doing stuff there. Content, she's writing content. Developing, she's building great applications. Mentoring, she's doing mentorship. Like, it was like across the board, like green lights. And one of the things that came up in some of those conversations is that she's tackling problems that I don't have a solution for, and that we get asked about hundreds of times, like integration with Adobe Experience Manager, where she's one of the leading experts kind of out there solving these problems that are so wide and so broad for developers. And the Angular team, we don't have the experience, we don't have the knowledge necessary to go out and solve those problems. So really happy to see her out there doing those sorts of things. And I couldn't help but to try and call out Tracy Lee. She is fantastic at bringing people together, forging partnerships between technologies. If you look at some of the coolest, most impactful events that the Angular team has done, she's been involved in that. A few years ago, we ran this contributor day, which was 100% her idea. And I still think back on it really, really fondly, of how she drove us to put a bunch of really intelligent people in a room and kind of figure it out, and push us to say, hey, let's just explore these concepts, right? Let's create an open space and use our sharing and our knowledge and our relationships to drive good technology, to drive good outcomes for developers. Every meetup she's ever run has more people than any meetup that I've ever run. So if ever you want more people at your meetup, just ask Tracy for some help. I will say she's also selfless. She is always thinking about the community, not from herself, but really like, how can she support others? I mean, she, a few weeks ago, said, we need more love in the Angular community. And just based on that, like one meeting, the Angular team is now going and kicking off a whole bunch of initiatives to try and do better for the community. So we could not be doing that without people like Tracy in the community. And there's also, I feel really, really bad, and I know I'm way over time, but there's so many people I don't have time to mention. Like the list of amazing women engineers and leaders in the Angular community, it's ridiculous, right? So I'm really glad we're taking a whole day to celebrate these engineers, these leaders in our community, because they're awesome and they deserve it.
Thank you so much, Stephen, making me blush too. But that was awesome. Who's next?
I guess I'll go.
Yeah, young beard first.
So I guess probably the person who has now been most impactful in my experience, and someone who I look up to as like just an amazing engineer, and teaches me every day, is my coworker Brandy. She kind of joined in the Ionic Angular team years ago as just being a person on the forum and being super active there and always helping others. And her passion for it, came through, and we were super excited that she decided to join us. And she has just transformed the project so much in her tenure here at the company, so much that she is the team lead for Ionic right now, and any impactful decision is based on what does Brandy say. So she's super amazing in that regard. Someone else who I would like to highlight is Naya Garcia. I first became aware of her through probably one of the silliest projects I've seen, and that is npkill, to get rid of those pesky node module directories in your entire computer that somehow take up all the space. But diving deeper into that, not only was that project super fun, super viral in the internet community, but she's been putting on meetups in her local community. She tweets out various tips for RxJS for people to like, hey, here's how this operator works, and here's why you would want to use it. So she just focuses on building up the community around her and teaching, which always something that people deserve to be noted for. And two other people who they in their own right, you could go on for hours talking about, but they feel like they work together so closely that it feels wrong to kind of split them up. And that is Sherry List and Anna Cedar. They not only speak about web components, Angular elements, everything in the Angular ecosystem, but organize events, organize conferences. Sherry just had NG Vikings last weekend. Last October was NG Spain, which was the very first run of NG Spain, which I was super honored to be a part of. But they just focused on not only being amazing leaders in the space and being amazing engineers, but just bringing people together and actually building up communities, in their own local areas.
And I guess that leaves me. All right. So, is my webcam a little bit choppy? I was trying to adjust the lighting, but I think I did.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. All right. So Tracy said I couldn't do slides for this, so I printed out people so you could see who I'm talking about. Yeah, I didn't want to tell the other guys this so that I could show them up, but so I picked a few people who I've worked with or who I've seen from afar and gotten to know a little bit better. Some women who've done a lot to impact the community in different ways. And first is my colleague, Nicole Oliver. And you can kind of see her. Oh, yeah, let me try to adjust this. And that's her Twitter. And Nicole, she works with me at Nrwl, and she's been with the company over a year. She's a senior Angular engineer at Nrwl. And the things I like about working with her are, one, she's super collaborative. She's one of the most collaborative people I know, always figuring out how to bring the team together in different ways, how to improve the culture, how to make sure everyone's heard and make sure that people are listening. And Victor can kind of a bull, he likes to kind of push things through. So having someone like myself as well, I guess, but Nicole on the team has been like a great that's been one of her strengths, but she's also just a great engineer, great well-rounded, like looking at the UX. That's like her as a person, but she does great things for the community, like organizing the Angular Seattle meetup, speaking at conferences, giving really well thought out talks, really well presented talks, and some going deep on some technical issues on interesting things. So she's a great person. You should follow her. She tweets good things at Nix all over. And the next person is my friend Angel Banks. So you can kind of see my printer is like weird, but her Twitter is Angel M Banks. But what I love about Angel is she did something big earlier this year. So when the NG Atlanta conference got canceled at the last minute, she came through in a big way and created the NG Alt track at DevNexus in Atlanta. The same time, she organized to reach out to all the speakers of the conference, all the attendees, to say, hey, there's a backup plan. She put it together in just a couple, I think like the next day after the announcement of the other conference being canceled, she came through and was like, okay, don't cancel your plans if you haven't already. There's a backup option. I went. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun to to see the people who showed up and to hang out. And so that's just one thing. But she does a lot in the community to really advocate for diversity and inclusivity, and even as a friend is good at helping educate you or helping call you out if you do something stupid, which I do stupid things all the time. So like as a person in the Angular community, as a friend, she's a really great asset. She also has really great taste in TV shows, movies. Follow her on Twitter just for that, because I find that she and I like a lot of the same stuff. So if I ever need something else to get into, I just ask her what I haven't seen or heard yet, and she's always got something that I know is going to be awesome. And next is, let me try to do the lighting back here, Jessalyn Yeen. Jessalyn Yeen recently joined Google as a developer advocate, which is great, and I couldn't think of a better developer advocate to be working on DevTools at Chrome. If you've never run into her at a conference, you've probably seen one of her talks. And you know she's just like a super friendly person, like connects really well with people. So like when you see the talk, you don't feel like they're going to talk down at you or something like that. It's like she levels with you really well, but is really good at conveying good complex topics, breaking things down for you. And I hadn't actually seen her blog yet, but I was looking at it yesterday when I was writing about her. And she's a really prolific blogger, right? Like I think in the past week she's written 3 or 4 posts on different topics, and so I was impressed to see that. But so she's really active. She organized the first Malaysian conference, I think the first Southeast Asia conference for Angular last year at NgMai, which was really well done. I wish I could be there. She did give me an orangutan from it, which was really cool. So like they had these orangutan stuffed animals they gave out to everybody. But it was a great conference. She's a Google developer expert. Well, she was a Google developer expert before she worked at Google, which is a great accomplishment. And she's also the director of Women Who Code in Kuala Lumpur. And as a great person, you should follow her on Twitter. Yeah, and you can see the orangutan in the picture, kind of. If I do it at an angle, you can see it better. And so if you follow her on Twitter, it's at Jessalyn Yeen. Definitely a good follow. A great person to associate with. And then finally, I have my friend Kim Maida. Oops, this page ripped somehow. So you can see Kim here, and you can follow her. Again, my printer, I'm sorry. Kim Maida. Kim is awesome because, lots of different reasons. She's the head of developer relations and community at Gatsby. Was previously at Auth0, leading developer relations there. She's both the Google developer expert and a Microsoft MVP, the double whammy of expertise in web technologies and developer technologies. She's given some great talks. If you've never seen her talk, you should definitely look up some of the talks she's given. I've been fortunate to see a few in person, but she's really good at conveying things simply. I always take notes. She's also good at slides. She's one of the people I look to for animations and organizing information. She does a really thorough job of doing that well. But she conveys topics really well. She's written a lot, and I always find myself looking things up. The few times I write code these days, I look things up, and it's surprising how often I find one of her articles or a talk or something that she's done through the years. And so follow her on Twitter, Kim Maida. She tweets cool pictures of her dogs and various other things. She also has good taste in shows and music. I find she and I have maybe it's not generally good, but she likes a lot of things that I end up liking if I look into it. So for art, check her out. And that's it. There's so many more people I would like to point out, but those were a few that came to mind.
Yes, we have so many women that we would like to celebrate. Unfortunately, we don't have, the entire day, because we could probably go and talk about, the amazing women in our lives for literally the entire day. I wanted to do another call out, which is, Angular does have a Google Developer Expert program. And so if you're speaking or you're blogging or you're making videos or bringing communities together, the Angular team is really interested in chatting. So you can reach out to anybody on this channel right here. We're all GDEs. Stephen is part of the Angular team. And, we would love to support more women coming into our community, kind of officially in a sense. So I don't know if you have any more to say about that, Stephen, but we'd love to see more women as GDEs.
Yeah, you said it great.
Awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for joining. I'm going to go ahead and put the schedule up. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and sound check for Katarina to join us in just a little bit. And then we'll be starting with content again in just 10 minutes. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining, and see everybody very soon. Katarina, I'm going to add you to the screen really quickly. And if you want to do just a quick sound check and a quick screen share, we will get started with you in just about 10 minutes. So let me stop sharing my screen and I'll let you share. Looks good. We can see everything. And when you're done doing your sound check, you can
Oh, okay.
you can stop sharing.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Okay.
Cool. And everyone, again, we will be back in just 9 minutes. See you all in just a second. Ooh. Okay, and it is time for our first talk. Adding Katarina and Jeff to.
Hello. All right, so I get to introduce my BFF, Katarina. Would you admit that? We're BFFs, right? BF Jeff?
Yeah, definitely. BF Jeff.
Okay. All right, I wasn't sure if you would, but Katarina is, I would say, is the coolest person in the Angular community. Maybe in like the top couple of funny people, but definitely the coolest. I think maybe number 2 funniest next to myself. But she's also very quick-witted. But other than those things, which I appreciate, she's an international speaker. She speaks at all the conferences about a bunch of different topics. Some technical, like the one we'll see today, which is all about maps. If you don't know where you're going, tune in, because I think you're going to talk about how to use maps, right?
Yeah.
Like how to look at a map and understand where something is.
Yeah, like the bearings, where is north, where is south.
Yeah, which ways? That's what I was going to ask my first question. So I'm glad you're covering that. So she gives lots of great talks, also about culture and inclusivity and other important topics as part of our experience as engineers. She co-founded the Angular Athens meetup, which I've been to, and is a great meetup with great energy and a lot of fun. And she's also earned a spot as a Google developer expert. She's an engineer at this.labs, but she also has a side gig where she moonlights as a tour guide in Athens, which I've had the pleasure of doing with a couple of other colleagues. And the best thing about the tour is she makes up facts as she goes, and makes it sound as if it's true or if she knows it, but you wouldn't know otherwise. So it was. If you're ever in Athens, I'd encourage you to take advantage of that. I think it's free, so just so she doesn't make any money in this side gig, but it was a lot of fun anyway.
You think I don't make any money?
Yeah, I think maybe I bought a coffee for you or something as a payment for that. So
Dinner. I don't know.
Probably, yeah. So she also loves the sea, which is why she can never be too far from Greece. And most of all, her cat Girly, who's a sassy cat, which cats should be sassy. So take it away, Katarina.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for this great introduction. You didn't set the bar too high by saying that I'm the funniest person after you. So, okay, so should I start sharing my screen? Okay, so, oops, yes, here I am. So yeah, before I start with this presentation, I want to tell you that yesterday we were talking with my colleagues about today's great This.dot event, about the International Women's Day with Angular, and they were all very excited, and they were saying what great talks are going to be there, and somebody told, oh, and Katarina, you have the honor of opening this event. And suddenly I froze, and I realized all this pressure of opening this great event. So I do hope I don't let you people down. So yeah, as always with online events, it's a bit strange because I don't get any feedback from the audience, but I'll try to do my best and not go on forever. So today's talk is Google Maps in Angular, isn't it Maptastic? And I'm going to teach you this one weird trick that will make other web map library users hate you. So as Jeff already said, I'm a software engineer at This.Labs. I'm the co-founder of the Angular Athens meetup. I'm a GD for Angular Web Technologies, the Google Maps platform. I mentor remote areas in Greece. I'm at the Vox Days Greece Conference Program Committee. I'm a speaker, instructor, and a cat person. As you can see, my two cute cats here. So the summary of today's talk will be why we use maps. Are there other options other than the Google Maps platform? We're going to see how to integrate with Angular. We're going to see some code. We're going to see some interactions and cool visuals. And we're going to show a demo and some conclusions. And if you really need to understand how to use a map and to get your bearings, where it's north, where it's south, as Jeff thought that we were going to talk about today, you can find me on Twitter for that. So why should I even add an application, a map to my application? So basically, maps are everywhere. So think of an app, any application. Chances are it will have a map. Maps are used to show data, and they're used for location-based services, and they're also used for social mapping applications. So I'll just go to my phone here, and I'll start, if you open your phone and you start checking out the applications you have, as I scroll here on my phone, I see most of the apps that do use maps. Like you have Airbnb, I have my airlines booking, which use a map to choose where you go. I have my food delivery services. I have my, my ride sharing services. So chances are most of the applications you're using, either applications on your phone or online, are using some kind of map. So are there other options apart from Google Maps that you could use? There's Mapbox, of course, which is a very popular library. It has some pricing. There's Leaflet, which is indeed, again, very popular. It's free, open source, simple to use. Then you have OpenLayer. Then you have some other more complicated libraries that support a lot of different features like OpenLayers. Then you have the Google Maps JavaScript API. And then you have some other visualization libraries that can be used to display spatial data as well. But today, we're going to talk about the Google Maps platform. So what is the Google Maps platform in the first place? So it's basically all the products and APIs associated with maps and geolocation Google has to offer. It offers maps. It offers routes, like the direction services that you have, and also places, like all the places that you have on Google Maps, the businesses, the parks, and everything else, the places of interest. So what APIs are there in the Google Maps platform? There's the Maps SDK for Android and iOS. There is the Google Maps JavaScript API that we're going to see today. The Maps Static API, where you just want to to create a static map to add to your application. The Street View static API, again, for taking static images off of Street View, the maps URLs, but you can format URLs so that they will provide you with a map that you want. The Maps Embed API, which is just this simple widget that you just copy and paste in your application that you have a map there. The Directions API, of course, that gives you directions from a place to another. The Distance Matrix API, where you calculate distances on the map. The Roads API, the Places SDK, and the Places Library, which gives you access to all the places that there are on Google Maps, as I said, all the businesses or all the other points of interest that you might think that they're on the map, and also information about this, like opening hours and comments, information. And as you may have seen recently, for example, updates from shops that they're opening or closing. Also the geocoding API and the geolocation API, where you can convert coordinates to addresses and vice versa, and also, of course, the time zone API. So what comes with the JavaScript API, which we will use today? So the most common thing that you can see on a map is markers. Also, you have visualization library and importing data and visualizing them with markers and more complex visualization techniques. There's also the drawing library, which we will see again today, where you can draw on the map like different shapes and download them. The geometry library to compute distances, the places library, as I said, with autocomplete for addresses and more. You can style your map and theme it and brand it to your business brand, I guess. Localization API, you know, when you, for example, if you're in a country that is that has another language than English, of course, and you see the places that are there, that their names, for example, if you're in Japan and their localization is set to Japanese, you will see all the places in Japanese, for example, or in Greece, in my case, in Greek. The elevation API, which you can use, for example, if you want to create a hiking or a bicycle application to calculate differences in elevation. Geocoding, as I said, the directions, and user interactions, like if you click and pan and do all these different interactions on the map with your mouse. So how do you add it in Angular? Do you use a library or do you not use a library? So as of December 2019, I think, the Google Maps components has been added to the Angular components. It's part of Angular materials or now Angular components. So if you go to GitHub, to the Angular components, you will see the Angular Google Maps component. And in here, it will tell you exactly how to use it. And we will see the integration today. And what it basically does is it has the main Google Map class, which wraps the native Google Maps JavaScript API Google Maps class. And then you have access to all that class has to offer. And we'll see more about it today. Or do you not use a library? So we'll see both of these cases today. I will show you how to work with the Angular Google Maps component, but I will also show you how to work if you don't want to use the Angular Google Maps component in TypeScript. Well, I will do that because I want what you learned today to be transferable if you're using any other framework that uses TypeScript or even JavaScript, for example. So we'll see how to integrate with that, but we'll also see how we can build on all the native methods, because if you learn the native methods, then you will be able to work with the Angular Google Maps component after you integrate with it, which we will see. So our tools, we have the great documentation of the Google Maps JavaScript API. It's very extensive, and it has a lot of code examples of how to use each one of the services that it has, and it has a lot of code blocks as well. Also, we have TypeScript types, the types Google Maps, and we have the VHL of Angular, which will help us grab components, grab elements from our template. So how do you load the API? First, we'll see how to load the API without using the Angular Google Map component. The API is loaded with a script along with any libraries you need. So normally, and as we'll do later, you add this in index.html. So you add a script, you add the Google Maps APIs with your API key, and you add any other library that you need. And then the script defines a global variable, which adds it in your window object. And once your script is loaded and the global object is defined, normally you would be able to access it anywhere in your JavaScript code like this. So in Angular, it's not that straightforward. So we're creating a loading script service, which basically creates this script tag in our document, and it just adds an event listener to it so that we know when it's loaded and when we can actually use the Google Maps object in our window. And this is how it is added. So how do you know that the Google Maps object is there? In your components, for example, you can check your window if it contains the Google Maps object, and then call a method that draws your map, or first load it and then draw your map if it's not there. The map, if you're not using the Google Maps material components, it can be added in a div like this. So you add a div, you add a template reference to it, and you have to give it a specific width and a specific, actually you have to give it a specific height in order for the map to appear in there. And how will the code look in the component? You import the Google Maps, and you grab the element from the element reference from your template, and then the map, you set the map to your element, and then you add some options to your map. So for example, you can add the zoom. 10, you can add the center, which is latitude, longitude. This is an object of Google Maps. And you can choose whether you want the scroll wheel to work, whether you want map control, or whether you need any of the traditional Google Maps elements that you usually see on Google Maps to be there. And you can also say, for example, where you want your zoom control options to be. And we will see these live as we move along. So for example, if you want to pan, you can then take this map here, this map object that has been connected to the Google Maps element that you have, and set a center to it or set a zoom to it. How would you do the same thing with the Angular Google Maps component? Things are much, much simpler. You just add the script to your index.html. No need to do any services or listen to whether the Google Maps has been added to your window. And then markers, info windows, and Google Maps elements are ready-made components. So how would it be? In your template, you could just add the Google Map component. You would give it a height, you would give it a width. I always give it like 100 viewport height and 100 viewport width. You attach an object to it, options, this options object that we saw here. And you add a center to it, for example, and you add a click listener to it. So whenever I click on the map, for example, the click function is invoked. Then you have a map marker component, which is pretty simple. Again, you put a position, you put some options, and when you click it, you open an info window, and again, you have an info window object. So how does the component code look? Again, we grab from our view the Google Map element. We also grab the info window element. If we want to use them, we create a center in the same way we did before. We have an options. You have an options object, and then in the constructor, you can just say this options, and you can add the options there. And this options object will be added to the Google Maps component here. So that was pretty simple, right? I mean, compared to all the other things like creating and grabbing from the view and creating a service and loading the code, this is much, much simpler. So now that in our component we have access to our Google Map object, we can just move along with the same code more or less than without using the Angular Maps component. So if I did all these, the result would look, the result would look like, not this. Never mind, we'll see in a bit how the result would look. So let's see how to add data on it first. So what are spatial data? A map is essentially a two-dimensional representation of a piece of the earth, right? Like this is the definition of the map. But it's enriched with two-dimensional representations of information about this piece of the earth. Information about roads, rivers, shapes of the earth, building blocks, etc. And these are to scale or not. So, for example, this is an old map with monsters or everything, as you can see in the sea. The cartographer here tried to create an accurate depiction of the North Sea, for example, and Iceland. So, again, we haven't moved very far today because still we have a two-dimensional representation with things on the map, but our maps are much more accurate than this. But still, this is just as good a map, right? So, and it has on it spatial data. Spatial data are the monsters here, and also these mountains and these trees, and all this gives us information about what is on the map. What formats do these spatial data have? There are some standard formats that spatial data are described by. Most common one is GeoJSON, which is supported by Google Maps, of course, the JSON. They can also be in CSV, they can be in shapefiles, they can be in KML and GML, which are also supported by Google Maps, and more. I've highlighted those that are supported by the Google Maps and we can use today. How do you visualize spatial data? Some of the most common ways to visualize them are points, like markers, polygons, points with values, where you sometimes get heat maps, for example, or clusters. And we'll see some of this today. So let's see about visualizing points. So let's see how we can add markers to our application. Using the native API and not the Google Maps component, you can just create a marker object like that. New Google Maps marker, you call the class, you assign a position to it, a custom icon to it, and you can also add a click listener to your marker. And when it's clicked, you can open Google Maps info window. And then you can set the marker on the map. If you have a lot of markers, you can just create an array and look through the array and set every one of the markers on the map. How do you do the same thing with the Angular Google Maps? Again, you create a marker, you add it in your markers array, as we did here. And then you create this open info window method where you pass it the marker and some marker info, and you say this info window open. And in the template, you have a marker, you have an ng4 where you look through the markers and you create all these different marker elements with your position, marker position with your marker options, and each one has a click listener attached to it that will open the info window. And the info window will open with the info window content. So again, much, much simpler if you're using the Angular Google Maps. So for these simple interactions, it's much, much more efficient to use the Angular Google Maps library to use it. In the end, you'll end up like this. So let's see how this would look on the map. So this is our Google Map again here. And you can see a lot of things, and I'll comment on these things, and you can see them in the code at the end of the session. But as you can see, all these different maps here will not be very valuable information, because if I zoom out a little bit, they will all be clustered together and then will not be able to make any sense. So another way of visualizing points in Google Maps is the clustering. And this picture here is much more descriptive than this picture here, because this picture here tells us the number of points in each area, whereas this here is not very descriptive. So Again, Google Maps has the marker cluster class that you can use. And you create a new marker cluster, and you can set a grid size to the marker cluster. And according to the grid size, it will cluster markers all together, and the result will be much easier to read. So for example, if I cluster my markers here and I increase or I decrease my grid size, you will be able to see how this changes. So for example, this more complex interaction, you have to use the native Google Maps JavaScript API to do it. So in the heat map is another way of visualizing points. So again, if you have some points and each point has a different weight on it, you can use the heat maps to display these. So for example, again, you can add, Google Maps has the heat map layer, and you can add all the data with the location to it, and you can set it on the map, set a gradient, again, set a radius and an opacity, and it will appear on the map. So again, your data will look like this. I'm showing you this a bit quickly, but it's just so that you understand and see all the different capabilities that Google Maps has. To display GeoJSON, it's much, much simpler because Google Maps has a load GeoJSON function that you can just add a GeoJSON to it. And in order to style it, its GeoJSON has some features with some properties, and you can use the feature properties to give different colors to each one of these shapes. So you can see it live here. I will let you copy this link if you want. And it's ng/gmap-cat.web.app. And you can see all different types of interactions here. We will not go through all these interactions in this session today because it would take us about an hour. But luckily for you, there is this link here that you can see the code and see how it works. So let's move it along. So what's all that? Today we'll also see the custom theme, and then all the other things we can talk at some other time. So the custom theme, as you can see here, I kept given this Google Map some colors that I liked. So in order to create a custom theme, when I started creating custom themes, there wasn't a tool, so you can just go to the style reference. I have all the links here, and you can see all the different features that a Google Maps has, like a country, a neighborhood, some landscape options, and you can give all these different features some different attributes like a color and an opacity. And you can create sort of a style sheet for it, and you can add it on your map. And if your brand, for example, has a specific color or a set of colors, you can just color the map in that manner in order to match. Luckily, now Google Maps has this map style doc with google.com where you can just edit your map colors, and it will give you out a JSON object that you can use. So let's see how this would work. So for example, if I were to go and to the water, for example, and fill the water, make it red, it will just make all the water red. And if you follow this, you can hide and display features, you can hide and display roads, or you can color anything you want in the way you want. And if you click finish, it will just give you this JSON object that you can import here. This dark map is a JSON object, and you can create your own style. So I will move through these. And again, I'm showing you again this link here that you can go and try it. So again, for example, you can switch on and off the different colors that you have, and you can pan and zoom. And I will give you these links in this code so that you can look at it at your own time. So there's always more to that. More features are being introduced all the time. For example, DeckGL now has an integration with Google Maps, and you can have pretty cool visuals with DeckGL. Check it out. It has 3D visuals and everything that you may need. Really check it out, and you can do just about everything you might think with Google Maps, really. So stay tuned and find me and ask me. I'm always on Twitter. I'm always happy to answer map questions because I'm very, very excited and I love maps. And I will be very happy to help you. So these are all my social links here. This is my Twitter. This is my website. This is the code from today. These are the slides for today, cybercity.page.link/ng -IWD. And the demo ng-gmap-cat.web. So yeah, thank you very, very much for this. And yeah, I guess I'll see you soon.
Yes, thank you so much, Katarina. We loved it. That was very awesome. That was fabulous. Jeff is saying that he needs to figure out what app he needs to build with maps, and I suggest that he implant trackers into his pigs, and then you can see them running around, which would be really cool. But then you kind of have to let them run through the city. So, and I know he's been building fences, so maybe that's not such a good idea. Well, so wonderful. Thank you again, Katarina, for joining us, and I will let you go now. And we'll have Jennifer do a quick sound check. And so I'm going to add Jennifer to the screen. And for those of you wondering, Jennifer's talk starts in just 15 minutes. So we will see you on the 15-minute mark. But Jennifer, do you want to go ahead and proceed with this quick
sound check?
Sound check, yeah.
Sound check. Is it working?
It's
check,
working.
check.
I can hear you.
Fantastic.
So there's a share screen right there if you want to see if you can share your screen and it works. Fun facts about Jennifer. She brews kombucha.
Ha! Swiping works. Okay.
Swiping works. Okay. There we go.
Way too excited about that.
Okay, perfect. So that works. It looks nice. Is that Animal Crossing?
Oh, fuck yes, it is. What else am I doing with my life lately?
All right. So I guess we are good to go. And everyone, we will see you in just 15 minutes. All right. Now I am excited to go ahead and add Jennifer and Mike. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello. All right. I'll let you take it away, Mike.
Cool. So, our next speaker is Jennifer Wadella. Jennifer is someone who I've gotten to meet several times over the years. First time in her hometown of Kansas City, which I'm not even going to try to guess which state that KCDC is in. But it was at the conference.
Damn it, Mike.
I know. I'm told every single year, and I always forget. But it was in Kansas City at a conference called KCDC. First time meeting her, super awesome person, super smart, knows what she's talking about, and puts on an amazing presentation. Second year, got to meet her again, the second time, at her own house with a whole bunch of people from the conference, made amazing paella, regardless of what people say about vegan paella.
Hashtag PaellaGate.
Oh yeah, PaellaGate. But again, still great person, community leader in Kansas City, taking part in Angular Girls, but also cutting cocktails, involvement with Django Girls, if I am correct. So she's all over the place, building communities in her own backyard, and doing whatever she can to empower people and help educate. So without further ado, I want to hand it over to Jennifer. So go break a leg.
Thank you. Lovely introduction. Hope everybody is doing well today. I know it's a bit rough for the Black members of our community and people in Minneapolis. So just want to call some attention to that. We need to do everything we can to stop the issues with racism in our country, because it's out of control, and it's a rough day for a lot of people. So please be cognizant of that as you're interacting with people online. But we are here today for this presentation to talk about a really awesome new tool in our Angular community called Scully. So this talk, I want to believe, is how to make Angular apps more performant using Scully. So if you've not heard of it before, I'm excited to introduce you to it. If you have heard of it before, I'm excited to show you a little bit more about its functionality and some really awesome things you can do with it. So as Mike said, my name is Jennifer Wadella. You can follow me on Twitter at @OMG@Sveti. I lead Angular consulting at Petovi. So if you're ever needing help with your Angular applications or improving performance or working on SEO or anything like that, that's something I'm more than happy to help you out with. I would consider myself a pretty damn good tarantula catcher. I spend a lot of time in Animal Crossing these days. A lot of time. And like Tracy mentioned, I do brew kombucha and have a couple blogs about it. So if that's something you're interested in, because the pandemic is a perfect time for picking up a lot of new hobbies, kombucha brewing is a great way to go. And if you're needing something to curb a rampant alcoholism problem that has been brought on by the pandemic, kombucha can be a good way to do that, to give you something else to focus on drinking wise other than water. So I'd like to start this presentation with this quote. You may know Serena Williams' husband, Alexis Ohanian. He's one of the co-founders of Reddit. But this quote: "When all links are created equal, your ideas can simply win because people like them. The future of innovation will be made, not managed." This is a really great quote from one of my favorite books, called Without Their Permission. And the premise of this book is the internet has given us a level playing field. All links are created equal, and that means that there's no caste system. You don't have to come from a background of power or have a certain amount of money. If it's on the internet and people are able to access it, you can be successful. So if you're ever looking for like a really good inspirational read about the power of the internet, the power that we have as software engineers to really make amazing things happen, this book is a really great read. Cannot recommend it enough. And I feel like this is a really great quote to start talking about performance, because performance is a huge part of links being created equal. We need to be creating performant apps that are accessible by users, but that are also accessible by search engines. If we have a great idea, that idea means nothing unless people can actually find that idea. And so performance and SEO and a lot of these things playing together to really make that possible. So the idea here is we have an idea. This is where we write the code. This is where we're creating our brilliant Angular apps that are solving great problems that we think are really going to be powerful and have a great impact for our users. The next step is we need to make sure that people can find our ideas. Generally, this is through SEO. It may be through marketing, but SEO is largely driving the way many people find the resources they need on the internet. And finally, we want to make sure that people love our idea. And this is creating a performant application that is a delight to use, that users have a really, really great experience with. And so that's kind of the idea with this presentation. So if you have been very heads down in the Angular community, you may not be aware of this term called Jamstack. So I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about this because it plays into what Scully is and performance in Angular and kind of a modern way to be thinking about creating more performant applications for the web. So Jamstack stands for JavaScript, and this is where our application functionality comes in, making the app interactive, everything that we want to be doing, giving our user interaction. We've got APIs. These deal with our server-side interactions. So if we're dealing with data that we need to use to interact on the front end, we want to be serving those through APIs, preferably secure APIs. And then we have markup. So these are statically served HTML files. So the idea that there is an index.html file that is being generated to represent a page or a piece of content in our application. This is a bit of a deviation from the way we typically work with single page applications where we have kind of one index.html that we're dynamically injecting content into. That is often really great for user experience, but when it comes to search engine optimization or as our apps get more bloated, more heavy, isn't the best option. So figuring out ways to serve static HTML files that are created from the JavaScript code that we've written is the goal with the Jamstack here. So big overlaying goals of this Jamstack approach is better application performance, number one. We want to make sure that we're serving resources to our users faster. They're able to see pages faster, get content faster, and kind of progressively hydrate our applications or put in some of that more interactive code after we get some initial page painting done. We want easier scaling. We want to make sure that when we do these performance improvements and when we take this approach that we're making sure that it's very easy not only to scale our applications, but the way we're serving our applications. And we really want an improved developer experience here. We don't want developers to have to spend a lot of time reinventing the wheel. We want to be able to just focus on what we're good at, which is writing code that's solving real human problems and figuring out those kind of things instead of having to worry about dealing with performance all the time. Jamstack also is offering heightened security. There are a couple different approaches that we can take that I'll talk about that involve less exposure to APIs and kind of handling things differently and finding different ways to make sure that we're building more secure applications. So if we look at this in kind of an Angular context, for Angular apps to be successful, we want to have improved searchability over our competitors. We want to be delighting users with great performance. And this is how businesses can benefit immediately. I know a lot of times you see arguments for people moving away from Angular relating to large bundle size or performance or things like that. And there's no reason that Angular cannot be just as powerful of a framework with just as much utility with low bundle size and improved performance and searchability. And so that's something we really need to focus on. When I talk about improved searchability over competitors, when you go and start looking at metrics that Google provides as far as what you're supposed to be benchmarking against, they don't give you a certain number. And they give you ways to evaluate your website against your competitors. And so the goal here is to understand your industry, understand the market you're in, and at the end of the day, just want to be outperforming your competitors with how quickly your app loads and how searchable it is. All right, so where does Scully play into all this? In a nutshell, Scully is the Jamstack toolchain that Angular developers have been craving. If you've ever dabbled in the React world, you may have encountered a tool called Gatsby. I know this is something that I started playing with a couple years ago and was just completely delighted by the experience. It was really easy to get a blog up and running and have something that was really performant, really amazing out the gates, and I could spend time figuring out how to actually build my website. And not as much time solving performance issues or having to do a lot of fine-tuned tweaking for Lighthouse scores or anything like that. So Scully, I feel like, is what we've really been wanting as Angular developers to kind of start solving some of these problems and bring our Angular applications into this Jamstack line of thinking. So I have a demo app for you all today. It is available here at animalcrossingfieldguide.web.app. And the repo for this code is available at the link below. So if you want to go in and have live code of what I've done here and kind of see those examples, that is available for you. And if you're an Animal Crossing fanatic like I am, I hope you enjoy this because it's going to give you information about the villagers that you might want to find information about. It's got information about all the fish, their prices, when they can be caught, all sorts of fun things. So that's the app we are going to be using as our example. I'm very, very Animal Crossing obsessed these days. It's one of the things holding my thread of sanity throughout this stay-at-home isolation stuff. So we're going to kind of go in with this mindset of, all right, I've built this Animal Crossing field guide and I want to figure out a way to, just make it better and use the Jamstack approach to improve this application. So goal number 1 is I want to figure out a way to improve performance by pre-rendering all my application pages. So when I mentioned before, the idea is to serve static HTML. That's what I want to do. I want to look at my Angular application and all the different routes I have today and the pages behind that and have a way to pre-render those pages so they can be served directly from a CDN. I want to improve SEO by adding custom metadata tags to those pages and make sure that is immediately available to browsers. And finally, I want to look at improving performance by caching API calls. So Scully is the tool that's going to help me do a lot of these things. There's a lot more functionality, but this is only a 30-minute talk. So I'm going to kind of focus on these key areas because I think these are some of the best ways that you can get a really good performance boost and that's going to add value to your business today. So goal number 1, let's look at how we begin to pre-render applications. So you can do this at any point in your Angular application. There's not any like setup work that you have to do. The great thing about Scully is you can just install it, drop it into your application, do some configuration, and it's just going to work for you. It's kind of delightful. It's extremely delightful, like chef's kiss delightful. All right, so to get started with Scully, you can go ahead and add it to your project, ng-add scully.io/init. This is going to do some configuration for you. It's going to generate a Scully config file. It's going to inject that module into your app.module folder. They've written some great schematics to kind of handle all this for you. So that's really the only thing you need to do to get started with Scully to have this working in your application today. So the thing to be aware of is Scully is going to start looking at what to do with your application based on your application routes. So it's going to basically look for your app router or whether you've got it spread across modules, and it's going to use that and say, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to look at these routes, and these are going to be the pages that I'm going to run and pre-render into static HTML. So in my Animal Crossing field guide application, my routes look something like this. Pretty typical for what you've seen before, where I might have a route called villagers, and I have a villagers component, and this is going to display all of the villagers inside of my application is a list there. Let's say I want more information about one of those villagers. I can click into that villager, and that's going to take me to a route with that villager's ID. And from there, I'm going to return information from an API just about that single villager. Same for fish, same for insects, fossils. I have not built that out yet because I was lazy and I care more about finding fish and insects than I do fossils. Does anybody else have like a favorite Animal Crossing villager, by the way? Because Freckles is my favorite. Like, if you got a favorite villager, shout out in the comments because I'm always entertained. There are actually 391 villagers according to this API, which is unexpected. And we'll kind of play around with that later. All right, so to build our application, to use Scully, the next thing we need to do once we're ready is we need to run the ng build command. This is going to compile all our Angular files into a dist directory. If we run this with the prod flag, this is going to go ahead and minify that code. Just if you're in an environment where you're writing code and you're not handling a lot of the build process with Angular, this is how it's working. So step 1, install Scully. Make sure that you have routes available for Scully to look at. Then you can run ng build. The next step is we're going to run npm run Scully. So this has already been added to your package.json file, which we can actually look at. So here, that's just set up to go ahead and run the Scully command. And so this is going to do a couple different things for us. This is going to generate a routes file that's going to list out our routes. I'll actually just pull this up so we can look at it. It's going to generate a file that looks something like this, where it's going to list out all the routes that we're going to be generating in the Scully.routes.json. And then it's going to use that to go ahead and generate our static pages. So what's going to happen is inside of our dist directory, we're going to have this new folder called static generated. When you run the ng build command, this Animal Crossing or whatever the name of your application is, if you have not specified any other configurations, is going to generate the output of your application in this Animal Crossing folder. Scully is going to build everything into a static folder. For every route, it's going to not for every route, but for every part of that, it's going to create a folder. So I'm going to have a fish folder that's been created. You can see all my fishies here. But for the actual fish route itself, it's created this index.html page for me. And this is what we're going to be serving from the CDN statically. So it's doing all this bundle magic for us. It's fantastic. And all I did at this point to get these basic routes generated was install Scully and just run it. If we want to see what the output looks like, I didn't want to run this during a 30-minute presentation because it takes a long time to generate all these routes. When I initially install Scully and run it without any configuration options, this is kind of the output we're going to see. We're going to see these routes have been generated, and then we're going to get some information here. No configuration for route villagers ID. And this is because we haven't told Scully what to do and how to handle these dynamic parameters. But for all the routes that it did work on, it created this and it's letting me know that in the output. So then if we want to go ahead and serve our static assets, see what's going on, we can run npm run Scully serve. So this is going to spin up two different servers for us. The first one is going to be just a normal Angular build at 1864, and then a static Scully build will be served at 1668. And so this way we can kind of compare and contrast what's going on and look at performance and see how the two are differing. All right, so let's go back to that kind of output we saw. So when I first ran this command, I got the pages for my villagers, for my insects, for my fish, and for my fossils. But then we got these other things saying, hey, I don't know how to deal with these different things that are depending on some sort of dynamic parameter. So how do we begin dealing with this? This is a really common thing that we see in a lot of our Angular applications. And if we take a step back to looking at performance, let's say you're an e-commerce site and you have a setup similar like this where you can view all the products. If you click into a product, you can view more information about that product in a certain route. This is where SEO is really going to matter. You're going to want to make sure that if people are looking for your product, they can find this page very, very easily. And so this is where serving a static HTML page with that SEO and those tags already in it is really, really going to help us out. So how do we begin to handle this? The creators of Scully have built this plugin system. And so this basically, we can use plugins to provide specific instructions on how Scully should pre-render our application. There are a ton of built-in plugins that we can already use that the team already has available for us. And the community is continuing to add plugins all the time. They also have a Gitter channel. So if you're ever kind of struggling as they're getting more of this documentation up and running, that's a really, really great resource. They've got a couple different types of plugin types. They've got router plugins, which are where you can do something specific based on a route or a dynamic route. They've got render plugins, which deal with after you've gone ahead and created that static HTML page. Is there anything like post-processing you want to do with it? Maybe you're injecting some specific tags or something like that. And file handler plugins, which are for blogging purposes. Let's say you want to automatically create routes for all of your markdown blogs. So a ton of things available. Again, this talk, I'm not showing you all of what Scully, I'm just showing you a small piece that's immediately going to help businesses be more performant and have better SEO performance. So I talked about the Scully config file that was generated when we added Scully to our project. And so it looks something like this, where we've got our project root, we've got our project name, and our output directory. So if for some reason you were wanting to serve from a folder other than static, you could change that. And then we have this routes object. And this is how we are going to provide information for handling different routes. So in my case, I care about these routes that have some sort of dynamic parameter included in them. So one of the things that was really helpful for me to figure out is to actually pull down Scully's source code and kind of look at the interfaces and figure out everything that what this route config was expecting, excuse me. So that really helped me out. So I have kind of an abstracted interface that I've pulled from their docs here. And so for route configuration, it's going to take a route, which is a string. And so in our case, that's going to be villagers /:ID. And then type is whatever kind of plugin that you're going to use. The JSON plugin is one of the plugins that the Scully team provides by default. Post renderers is going to accept any post rendering plugins that you want to deal with. And then for this, our param name is the piece of data that we care about for generating our static page based on our dynamic parameter. In this case, it's ID. Maybe it's slug, maybe it's, whatever that matches your param in your route. And then this is going to take a couple different things. Our URL is what we're going to use. And basically what we're going to do with this plugin is we're going to be fetching the API to return a list of all of our villagers in this instance. And we're going to get all those IDs, and then we're going to use those IDs to generate all those routes based on the API. So that's what that URL is expecting. The property is the key that we care about. So on our villager object, we care about that ID key. That's what we're going to be pulling out. If you need to pass any custom headers for your API, you can do that in the headers object. And then there's a results handler. So if you need to change anything, which I'll look at in a second. So for my configuration using the JSON plugin, I want to make a request to this API. This is a free third-party API that somebody has built. I love the fact that we live in a world that somebody has built an Animal Crossing New Horizons API, so I can fetch a list of villagers for a presentation on Scully. Like this is the world I want to live in. Normally I use the Drag Race API for presentations, but this one is pretty good right now. But this API does a couple weird things based on the way it's written. Instead of returning an array when you hit this endpoint, it's returning an object of objects. So in my results handler, what I want to return an array. So basically, I'm just returning all the values of the response to give myself an array that I can then iterate over that's going to pull out the ID from every object in that array and use that to build my dynamic routes. So that's an example of how we would use the JSON plugin provided by the Scully team to create all those dynamic routes that we're getting based on an API. So this means we've got static pages that will be rendered for all 391 of our villagers. So instead of having to wait to make that request every time to get that information, all of these are pre-rendered and ready to go for us. Pretty much the only thing that we're going to be doing is fetching the image for those. So there are a couple other community plugins that are available that are really great that I wanted to call out. There's a Minify HTML one. This is a render plugin. So meaning after you statically render the page, it's going to go ahead and minify that HTML to even give you a more performance boost. One to completely disable Angular functionality. Lazy images is a different one. I'm using lazy images inside of my application already. And then one that'll generate a sitemap for you. So a ton of great community support there. Really encourage you to kind of get involved and check out what's going on and contribute in any ways you would like to. Okay. So goal number 2 is we want to add custom metadata to application pages. There's already a way to do this inside of Angular. So we've got a couple different classes. We've got our meta class and we've got our title class. And these are going to allow us to set the title and update meta tags in our application. So it's worth noting that these are going to be updated because it's still a single page application that we're serving. So you want to use update tag to update tags that are already existing instead of set tag. Otherwise, that's going to keep adding tags to your page. But we can use this to add anything we want. Obviously, keywords are really helpful for making sure that people can find information about our page. If you want that nice item preview to pop up, you can use the item prop for this. So all sorts of ways that we can use. So this is available in Angular right now. This is something that the team has built in for us. However, this code is not going to get executed until this JavaScript executes. And so that means if a search crawler is going out, looking at our page, loading the page, it's having to wait for this JavaScript to execute to be able to see those pages. But because we're now pre-rendering our pages in Scully, that content is already in that HTML. It's already there. It's already available on our static pages. So we're getting even more searchability just based on that. If you haven't really explored or dealt with SEO or meta tags before, I really like this tag, metatags.io. It can check your meta tags for you, make sure that you're doing everything right. And if there are different platforms, like maybe you want to be able to share a link on Twitter and have that nice pop-up and everything, you can see how to do that. Okay, and that brings us to goal number 3, caching API calls. So when we talk about caching API calls, one, I'm using a free third-party API, so I don't want to be like, just hitting this API all the time and costing that dude a lot of money, especially for data that is largely static. And so one thing I can do is I can cache that API call, and that way I am not having to hit it every time. And then every time I re-render serve my application, kind of rebundle and push the CDN, I can make the API call and have that just happen every time I build my content, essentially. So there is kind of a way to do this already in Angular called transfer state, but it's a little bit convoluted and it's a little hard to wrap your head around. Scully has written their own method for us that allows us to cache API calls really easily and really brilliantly and super easy to implement. So if I have a service like this, where I'm fetching villagers from this API, I'm going to return that. HTTP client returns an observable. And so use Scully transfer state as a method that Scully has built on the transfer state service that's going to take 2 parameters. It's going to take a string for whatever you want the key to be for the data that you're saving. And then the state of whatever that you want to fetch or cache, essentially. So in this case, it's expecting an observable. So I'm going to pass in this. And what Scully is going to do is it's going to execute this request when I'm running the npm run Scully command to build everything. It's going to execute this request. It's going to take that response and it's going to put it in a data.json file. So if we go back here to my application code, and here you see this data.json file that has been delivered. And so what's going to happen is instead of having to go out to the server, make that HTTP request, wait for the server's response and bring it back, we're serving this JSON file from our CDN right alongside our index.html page that has the content. So really great performance boost here. We're not even touching the API from the front end right now. This is just happening and the data is there and ready to go. So giving us a lot of great performance. So let's go ahead and kind of take a look at how things are going. So let's see here on again, this is where having the 2 different server instances is really nice, so we can kind of compare and contrast right away. So I'm on my disk server right now, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set my network speed to be slow 3G. Again, if you're not familiar with SEO, one of the things they really prioritize is good performance on mobile devices, because so many users have moved to mobile devices as their primary method of kind of like browsing websites. So that's a good performance test, is to see, okay, how will this perform on slow 3G? And so we click the Villagers tab. And this is going to be a bit of a struggle bus. I am loading a lot of information. That took a lot of time to paint. Versus on Scully, let's go on my Scully one. Let's go ahead and go to slow 3G. Okay, and let's navigate to Villagers. Much faster, we're going to get the paint. Am I on the right? Wow. Sorry, this might also be my computer performance. We started to get painting right away on... Yeah, okay. We started to get painting right away with our villagers and list of everything, because we're using that data.json file instead. This is already a pre-rendered page. We're not having to wait for all that JavaScript to execute. And this would have been better if my computer was not being super grumpy right now. But the idea is you're going to get immediate visibility and immediate performance boost just from doing these few small steps with Scully. All right. So in summary, Scully is a great tool. It rocks for jam stacking Angular. It gives us the ability to generate static pages for our application. We can generate pages from dynamic routes using plugins. We can do pretty much anything we want with plugins. It's a good best practice to make sure that you're adding SEO content using meta and title classes provided by, or services provided by Angular, and use Scully transfer state to cache your API calls. So a couple links for you all. If you are needing Animal Crossing information, the Animal Crossing field guide is available at that link at the top. You can look at, sorry, that code link is wrong. I did not update that. I will get you the actual code link later. And then a couple articles about using transfer state and rendering static pages from dynamic routes in Scully. So the slides are available here if you would like to review them at any time. Absolutely hit me up on Twitter for any questions you might have. I'm trying to put out, more content around Scully and how to use it. So would love to hear from you. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, you lovely human beings.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. We really, really enjoyed that. I love the fact that you're using really fun APIs. And I mean, it's just fun to watch, right? I haven't played Animal Crossing yet, but I'm kind of motivated now.
How?
I know, right?
They're holding entire conferences in Animal Crossing, which makes me really happy.
Yeah, it's amazing because, you think about, what was it called? Second Life, right?
Oh, yeah, before it got creepy and sexual.
Right. And, people thought it would be like the next thing. And, obviously some people are using Second Life, but Animal Crossing is basically, I feel like, surpassed that and made it even more awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes.
Very cool. I will let you go. Thank you, everybody. And just letting you know, we will be taking a short 15-minute break. Deborah will come on in just a little bit to do a quick sound check. But I'm going to go ahead and let you all take a bathroom break and put the schedule up, and we'll see you all very shortly. Hi, Deborah.
Hey, Tracy, how are you?
Good. Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Oh, yeah, good morning. Can you hear me okay? I also have us on the YouTube on my other device here, so I just heard us again.
Yes. Do you want to go ahead and test out your screen sharing and see if all of that looks okay?
Sure. Let's see here. Share screen.
All right. It looks like all of that works and everything.
Okay, so we're
good to go and see everybody in 12 minutes.
all right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I am so excited because I have the pleasure of introducing Deborah for her talk. I love Deborah in the community because, Deborah, you're always like a very sort of stable, steady, supportive presence. And, you know, obviously you've done so much work in terms of educating the community. And, that's just been a really, really awesome thing that we all love and appreciate. Every time we talk about Angular, it's like, oh yeah, Deborah's the best teacher ever. So yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for doing that, and all the work you've done. I mean, you were the first person that really taught me. I think well, you taught me forms.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and so back in those days, and the fact that you're so willing to reach out to the community and help community members is really what makes the Angular community so special and awesome. It's what I found so special about the Angular community. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for being here.
Sure.
Now, next up, we're going to go ahead and Deborah, I've added you to the screen and you can get started anytime you like.
Okay. RxJS action and data streams, a love story. How do you react to actions in your Angular applications? Would you consider using RxJS streams? What do I actually mean by actions in this context? Well, basically any user interaction with the application, any actions or events that occur within the application, like clicking a button, user typing in text into a text box, and so on. My name is Deborah Kurata. I'm a software developer and Pluralsight author. And I just want to take a moment during this incredible and stressful time. May you each be the light in your family, in your group of friends, and in your community. Let's get started. So this session is on reacting to actions with RxJS using data and action streams. So we probably should start off by defining what those are. You've probably worked with data streams, though you might not have actually called it that. A data stream is basically the stream that is created when you issue an HTTP GET request. So if you've done any Angular of any amount, you've probably issued an HTTP GET request. And when you do, it automatically creates an observable for you and provides that to you. And that's what I'm calling a data stream. Now you notice that I'm representing it on a marble diagram where the marble is the response from the HTTP GET request, which is an array of products. I only have the name in there, but you can imagine it's got all the data in there. And then the vertical line to the right of it is a marker that indicates that it's complete. The interesting thing about data streams is that they are all one and done. What I mean by that is they emit just one time and then they complete, and that's it. So one and done. Emit the one response and complete. So if you request one product, it returns that one product and the response completes. If you want, a select star, all of the products from the endpoint, you still get all of them as one emission in an array, which is what we have here. Action streams, on the other hand, are more alive, hence the word action there. They are full of action and life. Action streams basically depict any of the actions in the application. So the user clicks a button, and every single time they click that button, you're going to get an emission in that stream. Or the user moves the mouse, and every single time they move the mouse, you're going to get an emission on in the stream. Or in our example, the user clicks on a product. So they clicked on the product with an ID of 42, that is emitted into the stream, that 42. They clicked on the product with an ID of 15, that ID of 15 is emitted into the stream. So that's our action stream. To help us better picture this, we can kind of think through this sample application. So here we've got our list of products on the left, and we've got our product detail there on the right. So our data stream is going to be bound to our product list, and it shows all of our products. Our action, then, we will emit an action every time a user clicks one of those products. We'll react to the action in the detail page and display the detail. So how do we implement this? Let's start with the data stream. Angular is all about TypeScript. TypeScript is all about type safety. So the first thing that we always do is define a structure of our data so that we can strongly type it. So here I've got my interface for my product entity, all of its different properties here. Now, our classic pattern for retrieving data is to create a service. Here is my product service. And in that service, we have a method, getProducts, and it returns our observable of product array. When a component or another piece of the application subscribes to the result of this method call, it will issue the HTTP GET request. So it issues the request. At some later point in time, we receive the HTTP response, and Angular automatically takes that response and maps it into the structure that we specified in the generic parameter of our GET. So our HTTP GET generic parameter product array. So it's going to map that response into a product array and emit it into the stream. It will then show up on our UI or wherever we've bound it. But let's think for a moment, if we took this exact same code, this exact same HTTP GET, and instead defined it as a variable. We had it declared instead of a procedure. So here is our declarative pattern for reactive data. So it's the exact same code, but instead of having it inside a method call, we're just going to assign it to a variable. So we've got our products dollar stream, and the convention is to append a $ when we're going to be working with a variable that is going to be an observable. That kind of helps us easily recognize when products would be the product array and products dollar would be the observable of the array. So that then basically is our data stream. So we've got it declared here. Well, what does that do then for the component? We then also declare a variable there, again, products dollar, and we set it equal to the value from the service. And because we're working with observable streams, we can define a pipeline of actions that we want to have occur once we receive an emission. What about the UI then? Well, because we are defining an observable, we use the async pipe. So products dollar pipe async as products. And what the async pipe does for us is automatically subscribes and unsubscribes, so we don't have to deal with any of that mess. We don't have to do take while or take until or remember which one we were supposed to use or any of that. We can instead just async pipe it. It will subscribe, it will unsubscribe. And when an item is emitted, it's emitted into the variable we've defined in the as clause. So when our products dollar stream emits that array of products, it will emit it into the products variable, and we can then use that within the context there in the template. Okay, now you might be wondering why? Why would you want to do this? What are some benefits of using this declarative approach for your data stream? So first of all, this is our data stream. Here's our HTTP GET, and there's the result. So question then, why? Why do we want to do this? One thing that gives us is improved change detection. When we're binding in the template using an async pipe, we can use the on-push change detection, which more clearly defines when to do change detection instead of the default change detection, which might occur too often. So it can improve your performance by doing change detection only really when it needs to. Another reason is we can leverage the RxJS operators. There are well over 100 RxJS operators that we can leverage. So by declaring these streams, we can actually leverage those. We can compose streams. Frequently, our user interface for any real application has more than one set of data on it. We might have multiple HTTP endpoints that we have to get data from and combine that before we display it in the UI. That's really easy to do with our streams. And lastly, the one that we're going to be focusing on in this session is you can very easily react to user actions. So instead of having to write procedures that when this happens, then do this, it all just works like magic. All right, so that's our data stream. What about our action stream? How do we go ahead and implement that? Well, as I mentioned, when we don't ever create our data streams. They're created for us automatically when we issue an HTTP GET request. But our action streams, we have to create those ourselves. We do that with a subject or behavior subject. A subject and behavior subject are a special type of observable that are multicast. A subject and behavior subject behaves as an observer, meaning it has next, error, and complete methods on it. Next will emit an item into the stream, error errors out the stream, complete completes the stream. But it also behaves as an observable, so we can actually access the observable part of that stream. Notice the pattern that we're using here. We use private to declare our subject, and frequently I'll do that within a service. What that does is it ensures that only the service can work with that subject. Only the service can emit items into the stream, can error out the stream, can complete the stream. That ensures that accidentally some other external component or other service can't mess with our stream. Then we define a public property, product selected action $, because again, it's an observable that represents kind of the read-only part of our observable stream. And that's the part that our components or other services can subscribe to. Okay, what is the difference then between a subject and a behavior subject? Well, a subject just emits. The user clicked, the user clicked, the user clicked. A behavior subject, on the other hand, retains the last value. So why is that important? Well, if you have any subscribers coming late to the game, with a subject, they will only get the next emitted value. With a behavior subject, they will get the last emitted value and then each next emitted value. Where that's important, we'll see in a few moments. A behavior subject then, since it always has this concept of giving you a value when you subscribe, it has a default value, which we define in its constructor argument. In my case, I've got a 1 in there as an example. Okay. How do we then emit an action? Well, we would define a method. And again, if my subject is encapsulated within a service, I would have this method publicly available in a service, and anywhere in the application that wants to say, hey, the user picked another product, we emit that product ID into the stream using the next method. So that's our action stream. The user clicks on the product with an ID of 42. The action in the UI, it calls this change selected product. It emits that ID into the stream. The user clicks on a different product with an ID of 15. It again calls change selected product and emits 15 into the stream. So we've defined our data stream that defines our list of products there on the left. We've defined actions so that we know which product that the user clicked. Now what we need to look at is how we react to those changes. How does the product detail actually react to the fact that it received notification that the user clicked on product 42? How does it deal with that? If it's only getting the 42, how is it getting the rest of the data? It needs to go into the array and look it up. So how do we take care of that code? That's where our data stream meets our action stream. We do that with the combine latest. So here we've defined another stream, selected product dollar, and we're calling combine latest. So combine latest is an RxJS creation function that combines multiple streams into a new stream. It uses the latest emitted values of each of its input streams, and we'll talk more about that in a second. One of the cool things is, excuse me, that it will wait for each input stream to emit at least once before it starts emitting. Now, one of the common questions that I get is, I need to do X, but I need it to wait before I can do X. Doing something like combine latest is a great way to deal with that because it will wait for your products to come in. Here I'm combining our product stream, that's our data stream, with our product selected action stream, which is our, excuse me, which is our action stream. So we don't want this to execute until we have the products. Luckily for us, it will just wait automatically. It'll wait till it receives the products. It will continue to wait until it receives that first emission from our action stream. And this is where it's important whether we use a behavior subject or a subject, because if we use a subject, this will wait until the first time the user picks something and causes that action to happen. If we use a behavior subject, the second stream will emit right away, and then it just waits for the products to come back from the backend server. When it combines these streams, when it receives the emission from the data stream and it receives an emission from the action stream, it then emits an array of values in order, one for each input stream. Now, those words are difficult to parse, so I put it on as a picture here. So what combine latest emits is an array, so that's an array, where the first element is the emission from the first stream, which is our data stream, so that's our array of products. The second element of the array is the emitted value from the second stream, which is our selected product ID. So that's what combine latest emits for us. Okay, so what are we going to do with these combined streams? Well, we're going to map them. We want to have some kind of transformation. Basically, what we want to do is we want to look up the selected product ID in that list of products so we can return the selected product as the one product that the user selected. But what is that weird syntax? What does that do? That's basically array destructuring. If this was just an array variable, A in my little example there, then we would have to actually reference our elements using array syntax. So you would have A sub 0, A sub 1, and somehow you'd need to remember that A0 represented the array of products and A1 represented the selected product ID, and that's kind of confusing. So what array destructuring lets you do is give a name to each array element, a variable name. So our first array element, we're going to call products. Our second array element, we're going to call selected product ID, so we can more easily work with those without having to use the array syntax. Then inside our map, inside our transformation here, what we're going to do is use the find method on the products that it provided to us and look up the one that matched that particular ID, and that is what is emitted from our selected product dollar stream. And if the detail page subscribed to the selected product dollar in its template, bang, it will immediately show that ID in the page, that product in the page. Very cool stuff. All right, So bang, there it is. The other really cool thing about all of this is it will re-execute the pipeline on every emission. So our data stream, as we said, emits only once. It's never going to emit again. It just gives us the data and then completes. But our data stream, if the user picked one of the products, what it will do is combine latest with our data stream and our action stream, and it emits this array with our products and the 42. And if the user then picks a different one, it re-executes its pipeline. The combined latest will re-execute with the last emitted value from each stream. Well, our data stream is only going to emit one, so we'll just keep getting that every time. And that's what we want, right? We want that list so we can pull off the one that they picked. Seems like magic. So it will re-execute this pipeline, re-find it, and automatically display the other one. So you don't have to be writing procedural code. If this happens, then this, then do that. This will just automatically, every time a new item is emitted, it will automatically re-emit the correct product to display on the detail page. All right, so our steps: define a data stream. Again, we don't have to actually create the stream. We just define it by issuing an HTTP GET request. Create an action stream. Those we do need to create with a subject or behavior subject. We emit a value every time an action occurs, and we combine the action and data streams. With that, let's look at another example. Here's one that's a little bit more complex. It's got more stuff going on, and you can imagine what the code would be like to try to respond to all of these things. The user can type in a filter by, they can use previous and next to go through the pages. They can show the results 2 per page, 3 per page, 5 per page. And again, I only have a small amount of data in my sample app. In a real app, it might be 5, 10, and 25, or 5, 25 and 50, doesn't matter what the numbers are there per page. But the idea is that the user can change that, they can change what page they're on, they can change their filter, and you want the screen to adjust automatically whenever that happens. So how do we implement that? Well, the imperative technique would be we would have some kind of method, right? And we'd pass it the list of products and pass it the filter by string, and it would return the filtered list of products, and that would give us the filter part. Or if we were going to have it done on the back end, you know, because if you have thousands and thousands of products, you're not going to bring them all down and filter them on the client. You would want to issue an HTTP GET and pass the filter there and get back the filtered set of products. So how are we going to do this when we're using a declarative approach? Because we can't pass things in. That's one of the most common questions that I get when talking about this declarative approach. If you're declaring a variable, you can't pass things to it. So how do you deal with that? Our data stream plus our action stream. So here our data stream is this.allProducts$. So that's all of our products. Then we're defining a subject, and we're going to use a behavior subject here. I'll talk about why in a moment. And so we have our I should have the private keyword on there, private filter subject, and our filter action as observable. And what we're going to do is use combine latest to pass in data. What that does is it gives us access to both sets of information. So it will give us our data stream, and it will give us our filtered action. Now here is a prime example of when you would want to use behavior subject, because if we are going to bind to filtered products, if we want the user to be able to see that list of product immediately when the page comes up, before they've necessarily typed a filter subject, we need that filter action to emit right away. Otherwise, filtered products won't emit. So that's why we use a behavior subject and just pass it an empty filter action. Our map then again uses array destructuring. We'll perform the filtering and display the entire list because our filter is an empty string. Okay, so that's the filter part. So that'll take care of filtering, but what about all that other stuff that's on there? We can create action streams for those as well. So here's the page size. We've got page size subject. That's also a behavior subject, set to 5, and its action. And again, we're going to define a combined latest and pass all of these in. Now notice that first stream there, filtered products. That's our stream from here. That's our filtered product stream. So one of the other nice things about doing this way is that we can combine these streams in different ways and in separate steps. So we don't have to have one massive combined latest with all the complexity of the code performing the filter and doing the page size, because we can take that one stream and combine it again with some more. So here we're combining it with what current page that we're on and the page size action, whether it's 5 per page, 10 per page, 15 per page, whatever it is. And then we are mapping that using slice to display the appropriate set of information. Okay, so this is the different set of code that we would use if we wanted to do this on the server. So this is the technique that we would use if we download all the data first, because we're going to work with a small enough set of data that makes sense. Otherwise, we pass parameters in to our HTTP GET. And again, this is how we're passing parameters by using combined latest. So notice we don't have a data stream in this case because we're going to be passing all of this to the backend server. So we have our action, we have our current page, we have our page size, and that's how we're passing the data. Then we can do our switch map, and we've got our array destructuring, so we can name those things nice variables, and we define our parameters for our HTTP GET. Okay, everything that we just saw here regarding these streams for paging and such, this all came from Aaron Frost, so I want to thank him for showing me these techniques. I just want to give him kudos for showing this. The first time I saw it was in a presentation he did in an Angular meetup in Colorado. That was really great. So I stole part of his example and wanted to include it in this talk to really give you the sense for how to pass data into these things. All right, so data stream and action stream. So our data stream, like for example, our products, one and done. We have an action stream, which was for our current page. We have another action stream for our page size. We have another one for our filter, but I only have room for 2 here. You can combine them. It will emit the most recent value from each stream once each stream emits. If the user then goes next to go to the next page, it re-emits the most recent emission from each stream. So our set of products are 2 and our 5. And if the user then changes to a page size of 10, again, it emits the most recent value, our array, the 2 and the 10. Bottom line, data stream plus action stream is love. Here are some links. This is my GitHub and my Twitter. So I have a sample application with the pagination in that GitHub repo. And thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Deborah. There's tons of questions in the chat. So I don't know. I mean, we have a few minutes if you want to answer any.
Well, where am I looking for them?
On the right-hand side, you'll see comments, and you can just click on comments.
I'm not sure I have this open. Let me see here.
It's actually in the in StreamYard. So on the right-hand side, you'll see comments.
Oh, live comments. There we go. I was looking at the wrong tab. All right. So yes, Aaron Frost does rock. Hi, Aaron. Let's see. Love that pattern, combine latest. Awesome presentation. Thank you so much. I'm looking for questions.
Well, I guess we don't have that many questions. I thought we did. But I guess the question I saw was with a declarative approach, how do you prevent your code from getting cluttered? But that might be a longer one.
How do you keep your code from getting cluttered? That's a good question. Well, because of the way that you can merge these streams any way that you want, you can definitely put them in different services. So you don't need to have them all in the same service because the streams themselves are defined as public properties. So you could have a service that just knows how to deal with your pagination, for example, and another service that knows how to deal with your product data, assuming that you're doing your pagination on the client side. So you can break these up because you're dealing with those streams in a declarative way, and because they're public and services, you can organize them as into smaller segments and still merge them all together. So that makes it really easy to keep it from getting all clogged up and messy, because I don't like messy code either. Did you see any other questions in here? Love that pattern.
I think that was the only one.
Okay.
But thank you everybody.
Cool. Somebody asked for the last slide again. This one.
Yes. I think, thank you so much, Deborah, for joining us. And, you can find Deborah on Twitter at Deborah Kurata, which is on this slide right here. Deborah's you're always like willing to chat and help people out. So feel free to reach out there, and Deborah will let you go. And again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Tracy. Thanks for putting on this event. I appreciate it.
Yes. Have a good day. Now we are going to have Kaitlyn start, and she will be starting. Let me go ahead and share my screen really quickly. International Women's Day. There we go. She'll be starting at the 45 mark, so you guys have about 15 minutes to do a little bathroom break. Kaitlyn will be joining to do a little sound check in just a second, but we're super excited for Kaitlyn to join. So see you at the 45 mark. Hi, Kaitlyn.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Did you want to go ahead and try to share your screen and?
Sure. Let's see how this goes.
Works. Mm-hmm.
Things looking okay?
I cannot see your screen. Oh, hold on a second. There we go.
Oh, did I remove it? Okay.
You're good.
Okay.
All right. No, we are all set. That looks good.
Awesome.
Okay. See you at the 45 mark. Oops. There we go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and add Kaitlyn and Aaron.
How's it going, Tracy?
Good. I will let you take it away.
Cool. So I'm excited to get to introduce Kaitlyn today. I think she's fantastic, and to just let the community know a little bit about who she is. She's kind of one of those developers that's like a special forces person. Like, you can drop her into the middle of any project, and they can just solve the problems. If you know developers like that, this is Kaitlyn. She's an expert when it comes to upgrading large apps from AngularJS to Angular, and for any of you who've ever done that, you know being an expert at that is difficult, and this is who she is. One of the things she enjoys is mentoring women who are taking their first steps into tech, and she's mentored at several NG Girls events, and she plans on doing more in the future. Something that I thought was cool is she's really good at those classic arcade games that are rhythmic and that require a lot of focus. And these are games that she's good at. This is like a niche thing for her, and I think that's cool. And I wanted to end with saying I think she's one of these people that is a very brave person. She moved all the way across the country to Seattle without having a job waiting for her when she got there, and she's turned that into an extremely successful career. And now she works at Nrwl, and this means that she's one of the very few people that could survive that maddeningly difficult interview process that's meant to only let like the best developers around come through. And that is who Kaitlyn is. She's one of the best. So Kaitlyn, good luck on your talk.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I didn't give Aaron a whole lot to go off of in terms of talking points, so I appreciate the fabulous intro there. Okay, let me share my screen now. Hopefully we can see things okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Kaitlyn Ekdahl. I'm an Angular engineer at Nrwl. You can follow me on Twitter at Kaitlyn Ekdahl. I never tweet, but
actually, I can't see your screen for some reason.
Bummer.
That's okay.
It would help if I pressed share screen, huh?
After that introduction, I mean, you can't concentrate. I mean, all the awesome things that Aaron said about you.
Exactly.
All right.
How about now? Are we good?
You can see your screen now, yes.
Okay.
Good to go.
Okay. So today I'm going to be talking about NgRx selectors. There's a few things in there that we'll cover. We'll start with what a selector actually is. We'll talk about some selector composition or combining our selectors to make other selectors. We'll discuss how we can use these selectors to shape our store data. And then we'll finish up with some cool shortcuts using RxJS operators. So jumping right in, we'll talk about what an NgRx selector is. But before we actually start talking about selectors themselves, we actually need some understanding of what NgRx is. So I'm just going to give like a very high-level overview, maybe just as a refresher for some of you. If you haven't used NgRx before, this is mostly a conceptual overview, so hopefully it doesn't scare you away too much. So what is NgRx? It's a library for state management and Angular applications. It uses RxJS for an event-driven flow of data. So thinking back to Deborah's talk, there's a lot of like action streams and data flows and stuff like that. So a lot of that plays in nicely here. And the data is kept in this big observable that we're going to call the store. The store can be thought of as like a client-side database. But NgRx is also good for tracking application state and listening for events like opening a modal or handling time-based events and stuff like that. There are a few key players that make up NgRx. We have the actions, and these define our unique events that are dispatched throughout the application. You can think of these as really just a class instance with some metadata in them. We have reducers, which are pure functions, and these are responsible for building new states based on the actions being dispatched. So you can think of like a big switch statement that's listening for all of these actions in the stream and then picking them out and then building some new state from there. And then we also have the selectors themselves. These are also pure functions that take some data struct and then pick out the pieces you want from there. We also have effects, which are really cool. They're good for handling external behavior and side effects like API calls. But this is kind of a topic in and of itself, so we're just gonna set them aside for now. So here's what this cycle might look like. Starting from our Angular component in the lower left, our component may dispatch an action. The reducer catches this action, and then it builds a new store from there. And then the component is subscribing to the store, and it's using these selectors to get the data that it wants. So I have for you today a lovely example using NgRx. We have a very robust and modern designed online retailer here. We can see we have a list of items here on this page. We have our NgRx store over here in the Redux Dev Tools. We can see we have the name of the shop, and then we have this inventory object that holds an array of items over here. If we click into one of these items, we can see that this data that's in the NgRx store is being displayed on this page. We have some form here where we can add some amount and click this button to purchase. When we click this button, we're dispatching an NgRx action here, which modifies some data attribute in the store here. Just to get a little familiar with the code, we have our item list component here. You can see we're injecting the store, and we're using the selector to actually get some array of item names here. In our item detail, we're using a few other selectors to get the amount in stock here. Oh, increase fonts. Good call, good call. I believe that's a little better. We have another selector to get our current item for our detail page. And then we have a submit checkout button, which is fired when we click that purchase button. And this will dispatch an action to the store. If we look at our some of our store files, we can see we have an action here. Like I said, this is just more or less an instance of a class. We have some string to define what the action is doing. This also takes some props, which are like parameters that give some data about what we want to do with this action. In our reducer itself, we can see I have some hard-coded data here about the inventory. Realistically, you'd probably want an effect to get this data from an API, but like I said, effects aren't it today. And then in the reducer itself, we can see we have some code here to capture our confirm purchase action. And then from there, it's using the action properties to do something with this data. Okay, so that's a little primer on what the code looks like. So selectors are the piece that let components display all of the data. Behind every piece of information we saw in our app, there's a selector feeding these values into the components. Like I've already showed you, we have some selectors to get the item names from the inventory. We have selectors to get independent or individual items from that inventory object. And we even have selectors that are doing some math for us. More on those later. Selectors are pure functions, meaning when we pass something in, we get something out. An example of this is our selector for getting a single item from the inventory. We're passing in a state or a piece of state, and we're telling the selector to give us the item object we want to focus on. And because it's a pure function, this means there's no messy side effects. We're not changing things when we call it, and it's really easy to test. To write a selector, we have some functions provided to us from NgRx. At the top here, we're using the create feature selector, and this is a function that lets us grab the whole slice of state from the root of the NgRx store. And we also have the we have the create selector function, and we use this to write any logic we may need to get and shape the data from there. Here we can see the select inventory selector, which starts with our whole feature state slice and then trims out the inventory objects. These selectors can accept arguments, which are referred to as props. So that's a really quick overview about what NgRx is and how the selectors play their role. they're really just functions that get data from our store. And that might sound simple, but now that we have a sort of a little bit of background on what these selectors are, we can talk about why they're actually cooler than just functions. So we can start with selector composition. Composition here meaning that we're just combining selectors to make other selectors. So let's look again at our item detail view component. We're using the select item by ID selector to get a single item from the store. We're passing URL params or props, or as props, so the selector can use those to find the item we need. And then just a quick side note here, if you're looking at the snip of code and you're freaking out because there's a switch map in there, this is just because we're passing parameters based on the URL. So we need to subscribe to the root, or we need to subscribe to the root. So we're just telling our subscription to switch from listening to the router to the NgRx store. So that's all that switch map is doing. So what does the selector look like underneath the hood? Well, first we have the select inventory here to get the inventory from the entire state slice. Then below it, we have the select item ID, which uses select inventory to first parse the inventory object. And then we're getting the item from there. If you've ever worked with NgRx before, this might seem obvious. You might have seen code that looks like this 100 times, and you might be thinking, well, why is this strange person talking about it so much? And there's a good reason for that. So as a dev, when you're writing a selector, you might think, forget all these small bits and pieces. I want it all. Why can't I use the whole state slice and then pick out pieces from there in my subsequent selectors? And this might seem intuitive at first, but this actually prevents you from taking advantage of one of the greatest things about selector, which is memoization. Basically, the selectors are keeping track of the last arguments we pass into them, so they can return the same result if those arguments are passed in without having to do additional computation. You can almost think of this as a tiny cache in the function itself, and it makes selectors really fast and really efficient. So what does this look like? Remember that we're subscribing to the whole store, but we're letting our selector pick out the data we need. Since the selector is a pure function, one of their arguments is some piece of state. So what happens when we pass in the whole state slice as a starting point for a selector? Well, this means that anytime any part of the state changes, even the parts we don't care about, like the name of the shop, this selector has to do some computation to return something, even if it is the same result. The takeaway here is that selectors that try to parse a piece of state beyond what they need to will result in unnecessary computation when the state changes. An example would be passing in the entire state just to access a single inventory item. Instead, our selectors should be composed or combined to take advantage of memoization and boost our app performance. So when we're using we're using the existing select inventory selector here to pass in to our select item by ID selector. And then from there, we can pick out the item of interest. This means that the other parts of the state are free to change when they need to, and the selector doesn't have to run over and over again. So this is feeding nicely into our next topic, which is how we can use these selectors to shape our data in the actual component. So far, we've seen examples on how to use selectors to access data in the store as is, but what happens when we need to perform some calculation based on that data? Let's look again at our item detail component, and this time we're going to focus on the in-stock value here. If we look at our state, we actually notice that there's no in-stock value that we can use this view. So we actually need to do some computation based on the amount already purchased and the total stock. Just a little disclaimer, this might not be the most realistic example. I think in a real app, you would want to store the in-stock amount, but I need an example. Sometimes you're not really in control of that data either, so you gotta work with what you got. So one possible solution for getting this value is to select the whole item and then use a map to calculate that value. So this is right directly in the component itself. So this works. We can actually calculate some value here and everything's good. So we're done, right? Actually, maybe not. So actually, we don't want to be mapping things after we select them, and there's a few different reasons for this. The first is that memoization thing we talked about earlier. So if we select the whole item object and then do some calculation, this calculation actually has to happen every time some irrelevant piece of the data changes. Like maybe we change the item name or the item description at some point. And granted, it's not a big calculation, but we can see how this can quickly get unwieldy if it's happening in so many different spots and the calculation becomes more complex. And this starts to slow down our app and make things sluggish. The second point is that we want dry code. Dry here meaning don't repeat yourself. So what happens if another dev needs to add some in-stock value to their feature? Well, they'd have to add the same exact expression in a different part of the app just to compute this value. So instead, let's make a selector to compute this value for us. We'll call this select in stock. We'll start with our select item by ID selector to get the item of interest. And then we'll do some calculation with those attributes and return a value. Already, this is way better than what we had, but we're still focusing on the item as a whole when really we only care about these two attributes here. So what we can do is we can make even more granular selectors to get the item's total stock and the amount purchased here. And we can make a big, beautiful compose selector that gets only these two attributes and then does some calculation there. This calculation only happens once, or I guess it happens every time those attributes change, and it doesn't care about any other data in that item object. All right, so far we've seen some ways to write clean and efficient selectors, but if you're writing selectors for other devs to consume, just a basic selector might not be enough in this situation. So this is where the magic of RxJS operators comes into play. So we can imagine a scenario where we have a selector and we want to chain some other RxJS operators onto it. So this could totally be valid if we want to do things like filter or maybe automatically unsubscribe or do whatever else. But as we can see, things are starting to add up really quickly in our component here. When we start adding dozens of components that use these selectors, rewriting this implementation over and over again becomes kind of tedious. So one solution we have is to write a custom RxJS pipe operator that uses our selector. And I know this might sound scary to some of you, but an RxJS operator is really just another pure function that does something to an observable pass in this case, our NgRx store observable, and then returns an observable out. By default, we're already using one of these operators when we do the select function in our store pipe in the component. So starting with our item selector here, it's easy to write this operator function because the logic is already present in our selector. So all we have to do is wrap the selector in a pipe. And then the function here takes an item ID as a parameter, and then it'll pass that into our selector. And then the selector just does the work from there. Then if needed, we can add any other pipe operators that have to happen here for convenience. So we can move all of that code out from our component and put it here in our custom operator. Looking back at our component, we can now swap out the selector here with our new chain, with a new RxJS operator, and we can get rid of all of these chains. So this is what it would look like if we were just using that custom operator. To me, this looks a lot better. We have an easy to read one-liner with a single argument. And it's also easy to test because, again, it's a pure function, so we can mock them out without too much overhead. Just a quick summary. We learned that selectors are the key to accessing and shaping our data in the store. We learned that they're composable or combined. And we learned that they're really performant because they use memoization. And then that they're easy to combine because, the select is already an RxJS operator itself. So we can just chain things onto there. I know I mentioned a few times that these pure functions were easy to test, and I didn't actually show you any tests. So if you're interested, you can actually find some examples of what these component unit tests look like with the selectors on GitHub. I have some demo code here. I'm not hosting the app anywhere just because it's a pretty simple app, as we've seen. So the code's there. You can check it out. You can go run it yourself, run with it. And that's about it. That's all I have for you. Thank you so much for listening.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaitlyn. That was very fabulous. We loved it. Definitely a lot of folks in the stream say they learned a lot. And Eric gave you a shout out that he said he was doing his, it's going to up his game.
Awesome. It's good to hear.
Yes. And obviously your entire team is cheering you on in the team. So.
This is actually, at one point when I decided to do this talk, I actually went right to Wes and Brandon, and I was like, hey, I want to talk about NgRx, but I want to talk about something that people don't always talk about. And their suggestion was to cover selectors. So props to them for giving me this idea.
Oh, that's great. I love it. That is very awesome. Okay, well, everybody, you can follow Kaitlyn on Twitter at Kaitlyn Ekdahl, and it's literally her name spelled, so she should be easy to find. And Kaitlyn, we'll let you go. Thank you so much again for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, and we are going to take a quick break. Next up, we have actually two different panels. So our first panel is actually going to be a Women of Angular community panel. And the second one is going to be the Leaders of Angular panel, which is a ton of amazing women that are actually leading the charge on the Angular team. They're going to talk about everywhere from future of Angular related things, how you can contribute, and also how they got where they are in their leadership positions. Before we take a quick break, I also wanted to remind everyone that, hey, if you know of an awesome female or you are an awesome female that is contributing to the Angular ecosystem, doing speaking, blogging, helping the community, organizing community, or anything like that, there is a Google Developer Experts program. And we would love to get more Google Developer Experts in Angular joining. So definitely feel free to reach out to myself. You can follow me on Twitter at LadyLeet. I'll put my Twitter handle there. Or you can also directly reach out to Stephen Fluin, who handles a lot of community-related stuff too. So Eric also says in the chat that ladies, if you want to come speak at local meetups, check them out. There's a lot of online ones as well. So if you are looking to start in your speaking journey, now is a better time than any to get started. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put up our schedule for our next talk. There we go. And we will see everybody at the 30 mark. See you all soon. Okay, we are still live, but I've added all of you to the stream. So just do a quick sound check, making sure you guys, your audio is working and everything. We're still live, but I've added all of you to the stream. So just do a quick sound check, making sure you guys, your audio is working and everything. We're still live, but I've added all of you to the stream. So just do a quick sound check, making sure you guys, your audio is working and everything. I think Yvonne was starting. Okay, Diana, do you want to test your audio real quick?
Sure. All good.
I think Yvonne.
Hello?
There we go. Hi, Yvonne. Okay, Diana, do you want to test your audio real quick?
Sure.
I think
Me
Yvonne.
again.
I think Yvonne.
Hello?
Whoops.
I think someone's got to mute themselves.
Yes, I think Yvonne, you probably have the YouTube playing in the background, so you probably want to mute that YouTube. Shmuela, do you want to test your audio?
Hi, everybody. Great to see you.
Oh, there we go. Good to see you too. Elisa?
Hello.
Hi. Okay. There we go. Good. And then Yvonne, I don't know if you figured out your your YouTube play. We can test your audio too and see if it works. Oh, you're muted.
How about now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I had YouTube playing in the background. Like,
I think I heard myself like 3 times.
yeah, I was like, what is happening? Is Tracy like doing some kind of multiple sound checks? I was so confused.
All right, we are good to go. So everyone, we are starting in just about 5 minutes. I'm going to remove everybody from the live stream really quickly, take a bathroom break if you need to, and we'll be back in just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, welcome everybody. Can everyone hear me okay? We're good to go. Yay! Oh, Yvonne, you look so pretty with all your makeup on.
Thank you.
Maybe it's your braids. It's like, I think it's the braids that's making me feel like you're more done up than usual.
I know, yeah, it's the braids and the illusion of makeup with the lipstick.
Looks good. Looks good. Yes. Everyone looks fabulous. So, but of course we do. All right. So welcome everybody to the Angular Community Panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for continuing to celebrate Angular International Women's Day with us. We're having so much fun today, having, just amazing talks. And now we're diving into 2 different panels. So the first one is the Angular Community Panel. And, while I would love to invite everybody I know within the Angular community to join this, Elisa, Diana, Yvonne, and Shmuela were so nice to lend an hour of their time to talk to us about the Angular community, who they are, et cetera, et cetera. So I would love to probably just get started. I can introduce myself first. My name is Tracy. You can follow me on Twitter at LadyLeet. I'm the co-founder of a company called This.Labs and This.Media. We do Angular consulting and other JavaScript consulting, but we really love to focus on creating opportunities for underrepresented minorities. So we have a lot of amazing programs going on. One of them I'm really proud of is Open Source for All. So you can go to opensourceforall.com, and it's a great way to start getting involved in contributing to open source. We're currently working with the Ionic team and the NgRx team, as well as StackBlitz for this opportunity. So check that out. Feel free to message me if you have any questions. And I'd love to pass it on to others. And, just go ahead and say who you are and what you do. And let's go ahead and start with Elisa.
Hi, I'm Elisa Duncan. I'm based in Kansas City, Missouri, USA. So I am a co-organizer of Angular Quesadilla here in town. I also volunteer with the Kansas City Women in Tech. Jennifer Wadella spoke earlier, and I work with her for both coding and cocktails and for hosting the NG Girls event, woohoo, in Kansas City as well.
Very cool. Thank you. And then Diana?
Hi, my name is Diana Rodriguez, and I'm a Python developer advocate at Vonage. I've been involved in the community, the front-end JavaScript community in general, and also with the Angular community for quite a while. I love all things open source, and I like to contribute with mentoring and also connecting people with good opportunities. So here I am, available for any questions or anything. That's my Twitter handle, so you can contact me at any time.
Awesome. Thank you for introducing yourself. And we'll move on to Shmuela.
Hey, everybody. I'm Shmuela Jacobs. I'm based in Israel. I'm the founder of NG Girls. We founded it in 2016. And I love Angular. So this is like my main thing. But for the past year and a bit more than a year, I've been working for Microsoft as a cloud developer advocate. So I'm in the JavaScript team, but still Angular is in my heart. I have a family, a wonderful husband, a 2-year-old kid, and you're gonna see this. So yeah, coming soon.
Oh my gosh, congratulations!
Thank you.
Wow, so exciting. Best time too, because then you don't have to travel for conferences.
Yeah, that's right. But with Nadav, my kid, when he was 2 years old, well, then we got back to all the conferences back again. 2 months old, when he got 2 months old, and we said, okay, it's clear for traveling, and yeah, we just traveled the whole world for conferences. I'm addicted. What can I do?
Yes, I remember your baby going around, and I love it when you give talks with the baby just attached to you. It's my favorite. So All right. And then last but not least, Yvonne, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, I'm Yvonne Allen. I am a Java developer advocate for Vonage. Diana is my new teammate. We rock over there. You know, just adding a whole bunch of, I would say, pizzazz to the team with our flavor and shenanigans. You know, recently I talked at NgConf recently, did my little 5-minute, I call it a skit. It really wasn't a talk. It was like a skit mostly that I just kind of had fun with. I also volunteer for NG Girls. I am a co-organizer for GDG Atlanta and a member of Women Who Code, which I'm very proud of. I've got a lot of my start from speaking at conferences through the network and communication and just awesomeness of the women involved in Women Who Code Atlanta. Even though, you know, my job mostly is like dealing with job SDKs, Angular is still in my heart from my previous full stack jobs. I still do things in full stack still. So, you know, I don't think I'll ever give up being part of the Angular community. It's just way too much fun and too many awesome people. So, yeah.
Cool. Awesome. So I'd love to just, you know, leave this open and anybody can respond to this. You know, love to just know, you know, how did you get to where you are in your career today? All of you all are accomplished women in this community, and how'd you get there?
I can start. In my case, I had the desire to do something different. I had to deal with a lot of pressure and backlash because when I started in tech, it was a male-dominated world, I would say. So people didn't really believe in the potential of women as leaders of a community or even engaging, you know, in any sort of work. But I had a mentor who always had my back, and her name is Luisa Perez. She passed away 10 years ago, but 20 years ago, she was a woman who was behind me, always saying, believe in yourself, you can do this, keep on studying, keep on learning, show your work always, and stand up straight, chin up. Most also recently, another pillar who helped me achieve new goals and also gave me a lot of support is Jen Looper. And I believe having a mentor and having someone walk you through or walk with you on your way is key to, you know, to get to that successful state.
I think I can add in there. So I think for me, again, like what Dana said, it was when I first started in tech, it was a really male-dominated field. Not only that, it was not many people of my color, even on my team or even in the building, that I could relate to or even understood my struggle and what I was dealing with as far as, you know, not seeing any reputation in my team or having to even deal with language barriers at the time. It wasn't a lot of even Americans. Well, they're Americans, but they were naturally born here, like originally born here. So for me, I used to be around people that mostly speak with my accent. It was different to just kind of deal with that. So I learned a lot through trial and error. I didn't really have any guidance, even though the company that I work for did say that they have mentors. That was like a sham to just kind of get you in the building. It's like, oh yeah, we have mentorship. That's not a thing. Like get in there, they're like, I'm like, so hey, so where's my mentor? And they're like, this person. And it was like the worst person to ever even just point a finger at because they didn't help me at all. I was just kind of like swimming out there in the weeds. I kind of was made to feel like I was a nag, I was a bother, kind of made a lot of insecurities in myself. So I was kind of drawn inward. But, you know, it took a lot to kind of get over that hump to try to find my place in my field, as well as find my confidence, because I just was totally wrecked after that first experience. But I got through it. I got into a better company and saw what real mentorship and, you know, companies investing in their employees felt like and looked like. And that's when I found Women Who Code later on. And I kind of used my experiences as a platform to teach others what to avoid, what to look for, what to do, and how to succeed even in a toxic environment. And that's kind of how, you know, I ran into Angel, who kind of motivated me to do a lot more than what I was doing. I just wanted to go to the meetings and have fun with the ladies and just kind of be in an environment where I felt safe and comfortable. But Angel Banks from Women Who Code Atlanta was like, "You're really good at speaking. Have you ever thought of like doing a talk?" I'm like, "No, Angel, that's cute, but no thanks." But you know, she kind of pushed me to like really, no, just give it a try. Do this like small little one here and see how you feel about it. And she kind of tricked me, because like every time I do one, she's like, "Oh, that was great. You see all the people? Let's do another one." And I'm like, okay. So like next thing you know, I kept saying yes. I kept being motivated by her and other women around me who were just like encouraging me. And I started doing more and becoming more, because I had a newfound confidence because of the environment that I, you know, started aligning myself with. So definitely also just want to, you know, tidbit, your environment matters. It definitely motivates you. It can have the power to make you feel better than what you perceive yourself to be, or worse than what you perceive yourself to be. So I think I contribute my success to my community. That's why, you know, I feel like I must stay involved with the people who were contributing to my success, to give back and show what I have been shown. So, yeah.
Well, I totally agree that the environment matters, really. I always say at the NG Girls workshop that my best advice is just to surround yourselves with people who push you forward and lift you up. And just, if you have any idea, then the first thing they'll say is, "Wow, that sounds great. Let's make it happen," you know? And I'm so lucky that my husband, and way before he was my husband, he's like that. And he started studying computer science when even though I touched a little bit of coding in my bachelor's degree, and even at home before that in high school, I never thought that programming is for me, because you know, there were things that I couldn't really understand, like pointers. It was like really frustrating, and I saw my brother who's really great at this, and so I thought, okay, it's not for me. I'm going to do something else. But I didn't really find anything real to do. I was trying out different things, physics, science museum, stuff like that. Actually, my original dream was to be a singer-songwriter, but that's not really working. And then when I started listening to my husband, what he's learning, and he was asking for my advice for some homework, then he said, "Wow, you got to do something with that." And in my master's degree, then I enrolled to master's degree for a system engineering program. And I had to learn a lot of coding there, and algorithms, and you know, data structures, C++, and so on. And suddenly when I did it, and I had a bit more time to invest in that and to learn it really well, it looked actually fun, because, hey, I'm coding something. I have the time to learn to do this the right way. I have also people around me who can help, who are really nice, my husband included. And it was like magic. It's like, hey, I can like take any idea that I have and put it into code. But still, in this environment, in the university, most of the people who are into coding, they were guys. So what really helped me was programs for women. I tried the Rails Girls and Django Girls, and women F code, something like that was done by Google. So I participated in a small group of women, and we all had mentors that really pushed us and also like gave us ideas for new technologies and stuff that we can try out for our own projects. So these things really, really helped. My first job was as a student, and even though in my team I think there were more women than men, it still felt a bit toxic environment because I didn't have enough experience as a developer. I asked too much questions. That's what I felt. And the women were very, they understood how to get things done in this male environment. That was how I felt. And so I left that. And the next places that I worked at, I really tried to make sure that the people are really nice and answer your questions. And I think this is really, really, really important. When you look for a job, try to talk to the people and see how they're like, if they have time, if they appreciate your questions, if they have if they're just nice and have, what's the word? I forget the word, baby brain. Patience to help the juniors or anyone else. Yeah, and that's generally, in my master's degree, I also did a big project with Java, and then I saw that everything is going into web, and I fell in love with Angular, and that's a long story short. I learned Angular, and this is where I am now.
So I started at first as a chemist. That was my job before, and then I went back to school to get my computer science degree. Working in a manufacturing environment, because that's where I was a lot of gender problems. So then moving into my first job, I was incredibly lucky. I found a place with a really collaborative culture, a really strong learning culture. So everybody was able to learn together, grow together, and that was a fantastic place to be. There weren't very many women at my first job, but the women who were there were awesome. And so they were easy to look up to, you learned a lot from them, and really built a community within that, and that I think really helps.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, we all come from such diverse and different backgrounds, and it's really the people that are around you that help you. And I think also it's just self-motivation, right? I mean, all of you all are self-motivated to kind of figure things out, make it better. It's amazing, Yvonne, to hear your stories about community being like one of the driving factors when you didn't have a good work environment to be in. And I love hearing Angel's name, of course, announced again, because we all love Angel so much, and she's just such an integral part to I don't know, doing awesome things within the Angular community and the general community. So you all talked about, mentors. Have any of you ever had sponsors? No?
Do you mean for the community we run, or for
No, yes, give me money. Well, I mean, when we think about mentors versus sponsors, right? Mentors will mentor you, but sponsors will help kind of rally for you and help get you promoted.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing in my community.
Yeah, actually, I was speaking to...
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
You go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, and I'll let you finish after this, but I guess the difference, somebody said to me, the difference between a mentor and a sponsor is a mentor will help you in your growth path, but a sponsor will actually help you get paid more. And I was like, oh, wow. And she said that, the key point for her was that, well, not help you get paid more, but I guess get promoted, right? Help you in your career, which also equals to pay. But this idea that, we shouldn't only be looking for mentors. We should actually also be looking for sponsors in our career journey. So Diana, what were you going to say? Sorry.
I was going to say that definitely, yes, I've had sponsors who, you know, in that way, who have helped me achieve better positions, who have helped me even get better pay, and who have promoted my work and endorsed me as a developer and also as a community leader. So I would say definitely Angel Banks, Beth Lang, Erica Stanley, yourself, Tracy. I've seen you do that for so many women, and not only women, people in general. You when you get to the point where you actually build a reputation in this ecosystem and you have the chance to elevate others and to help them achieve their goals, that is something we should all be doing. And yeah, I would also name Stacey Devino. Did I mention Jen Luther again? All of them vouched for my experience and my work as a developer and also as a community organizer, and having that benefit of someone with, you know, a longer career path, you know, a little bit more known than I was at the time, you know, that absolutely shaped the way things happened. You know, for me, I've been doing a lot of work in the underground scene. I was in South America, and I would say it was thanks to Jen Looper that I started to get more noticed in events. And I even got my my most recent job based on that reputation of speaking at events, of community involvement, and then the coding side of things because of those vouchers and endorsements. So definitely all these women have been my sponsors. I would consider them as such.
Oh wow, okay. So I take that back. I don't know what a sponsor is. Yes, you know, Angel Banks was definitely one of them. She was the reason why I even started speaking at conferences, and then got recognized at other, you know, to speak at other conferences because she was like vouching for me. Diana vouched for me at this job. If it wasn't for her, I would have been still looking for jobs during the coronavirus. She was like, you know, at the NG Alt, she was like, meet my boss. You do Java. She's awesome. Like, hey, you need to hire her. So I'm like, I have never done anything related to Java around Diana, but she was like, no, she's awesome. Like, you need to go get her right now. Like, don't let her run away because you're going to regret it. So like, you know, having those women kind of just vouch for me without even like, you know, just kind of knowing my reputation out in the industry, or just seeing something that I've done and felt motivated or inspired, or like I could do something good in a different arena is, you know, for me, I've always been grateful. So I love to give my shout outs. You know, I don't like to leave no one behind. You know, even the males that have helped me, I don't want to leave them behind because, you know, even though it's not women, they still played a big part. Like Sam Julian, just, you know, he referenced me one time with the Thinkster stuff. And, you know, he was just like, she may be a great, you know, she does a lot of great talks. She may be great at this as well. So like, and even Aaron Frost, like he let me do NgConf when I'm like, he has the power to do so. So, you know, even though it started off being heavily with women, so I definitely always give my props to my women and the people that started with me. And then, so from there, you just kind of get a bigger, huger network of people who trust in you and you don't want to let them down. And also they are inspiring you. So it kind of, again, back to the community, like it cannot be done without your community for sure.
Awesome answers. Thank you so much. I wanted to move on to another question, and I'll direct this one at Elisa first. And I know Shmuela also has, well, I know we all have lots of opinions about this, but Elisa, I know that, you know, you are the lead on your team. You know, you're the tech lead on your team. And I know that you have, you know, a wide variety of developers from, you know, junior to senior. With Angular, you know, how has Angular been helpful for those beginning their development journey?
So my work, many of the developers were experienced. We don't have any like brand new junior. At this point, we're a very small group. We're about 6 of us. So it's pretty small. Everybody was a C# developer and all backend only. So we wanted to try to move to a more, like a JavaScript framework, more client-facing work, and doing so in a really safe way. And so we chose Angular for TypeScript, and having a much more strongly opinionated framework, which we thought would help for people who were new to web development. Through that process and through a series of lunch and learns and trying to just get comfortable with development, everybody now, I think, on the team has embraced Angular, has embraced web development, has embraced we use NgRx, and I think are really starting to enjoy it and play with things. And the Angular community has been so wonderful and welcoming. So I think everybody feels safe in asking questions and growing in that way.
That's awesome, and I know everybody else. You know, we've all been so involved in helping teach. So I know, Shmuela, you probably have some opinions.
A little bit. Well, Angular was the way that I got into web programming, and so so I have a lot of reasons to say why that was helpful for me. And I actually learned JavaScript and web programming from Angular. Well, it was NgRx back at the time, but the same things that were helpful for me then are they're still around with the new Angular. And so, like I said, when I was in high school, I tried out some stuff, and I did build a website, but in HTML, because coding was frightening for me. So JavaScript was like not there, and but HTML it looked kind of simple. You know, it's simple to understand. You put the code there, and you just see on the screen what's happening, and it's like elements so that you can understand what's going on. So when I learned Angular, when I saw that I need to use JavaScript or jQuery or something like that, I kind of freaked out. But then I saw Angular, and you have all the interpolation there, or all the bindings, all the directives. So you can start working with it without knowing anything about coding. And that's how I got there. That's what motivated me and how I fell in love with Angular. Then the next thing, and why I decided that this is a great time to start with NgGirls, is the tooling around Angular. So how do you start working on a project? Hey, you just need to download the Angular CLI, and now you can also do it just on the web with TackBlitz and stuff like that. You don't even have to install anything. But back then, okay, you just install, Node that gives you NPM, and then you install Angular CLI with a simple command, and it gives you a whole project with everything that you need, and it serves it for you, and it has all the best practices, and it gives you always the files. It generates the files that you need for every component. So the tooling is so great, and also now we have so many other tools and libraries that we can add to that. For example, when I do a demo project, I use Angular Material because I'm not a designer, but it looks so great, and it's, the documentation is great, and it's easy to use. Now, the third thing that's so great about Angular is the community, like Elisa mentioned, and I think the community is so welcoming, and you can always find someone who's just willing to help you, willing to teach you. And there's so many articles on the internet, so many blog posts that really explain in just straight and direct, and you can reach out to the writers. You can reach out to the Angular team itself even, and they will really try to help you and will really make you feel welcomed into the community. So I think it's a really, really great place, great technology to grow with.
I share the same sentiments on, Angular is amazing because you don't have to be that great of a developer to start. You just start, and it works, and it's magic. So that's one of my favorite things about Angular as well. I'll move on to the next question. So a lot of women feel stuck in their career. Like, all right, I'm here, I'm coding, but how do you create movement within your career, and how do you advance upwards? I mean, when you don't have a path, what's next? Like, how do you get there?
I think you can start by, funny enough, going outward. What I mean by that is expanding your network and expanding yourself. So I feel like in our tech community, sometimes before you reach these great communities like Angular and Women Code or any other inspirational community out there, you feel kind of drawn inward. Like you don't share a lot of yourself because you feel inadequate. And you feel what they call it, imposter syndrome, because you never feel good enough. So when you reach outward and you find these, inspirational people, this network, you can now feel free and inspired to reach higher heights, to go further than where you have gone before. And you can find what's out there, because before I even expanded outward, I just thought, 9 to 5, let's go, right? I got to work, I did some things with my keys on the board, and I went home and I watched some television. That's what life started, was out there. But once I reached outward and found out what else I can do, expanded myself from within, I was able to see that there was way more to technology than what I was actually doing at my job. There was even way more to technology than what my job was doing, which was basically old things, and I wanted to do new things. So reaching out and finding what those new things are and getting invested in those new things, either through the community, through reaching out in some way, can now allow you to understand what those heights are to even begin with. Because another thing in tech is there's so much. It's like information overload. So you don't know where to go. You don't even know what you don't know until you start finding that out. And then from there, you can then build a foundation to go upward. But until you know where is up, right, you don't know how to get up there and, any resources to help you get up there. So once I reached outward, I was able to reach upward, which is kind of weird analogy, but, that's kind of how it happened for me. And now I know, like, for me, upward mobility could be something as simple as, you're at this level at your job. You are good enough, right? You're a junior developer. You are good enough to now go out and be a mid-level developer. You have confidence in yourself in order to do that. Other than that, you just go for another junior developer at another job and don't even try to, see what you can do as a senior developer or a mid-level developer. And, even try to go out for that company you thought was unreachable, right? So those things happen from, reaching outward first, and then you can now move up. So it may seem weird and as a weird analogy, but I think that's the best way I can give as an example to even begin to go upward first is, reaching out within yourself and finding out what up is and what higher is and what your new goal should be, because you probably already reached your current goals and is already looking for like what's next anyway. And finding out what's next by being inspired by others, by, finding out the unknowns will kind of help you get there.
You can see I have a guest here who joined us. That's Nrwl. And he doesn't want to go to sleep. So I hope he's going to let me stay here until the end of the session. So I'll just share my 2 tips here. First is do what you love. So try out different things and see what really gets into you. Like, hey, what makes you happy? And then you're gonna invest a lot more into it and gonna do it happily, and you're gonna find a great job at it and everything, So just find something that you love to do, and push that forward. And then the second tip is find time to work on this thing that you love, to do some, if it's in programming, then do some demo projects. Like you probably got tons of ideas for projects that you wanted to do, some application, something. Just pick one and start working on it. Start small. Like, what are the basic features that you're gonna do? Start with them, and then go on with the next features. And put the code on GitHub. Publish your website, your web application, or whatever project it is. Publish it online. Tell people about it. Ask people to look at it and give you advice. And once people start seeing it and you can talk about it in interviews, then that's gonna also advance your career, and you're also gonna learn a lot from this project. So if you have time on weekends, so that's great. If you don't, then try even to take some time off of your current job. Maybe if you can, even quit for a while, for a few weeks. I know that it's not always possible, but try to find the time to do this. And yeah, and like I said, people will see it, and that's going to help you with reaching your goals with whatever you want to do, whatever you love.
I can't add more to what these wonderful women have said. I would only say branch out to the community. I have made the most meaningful connections and most amazing friends, and got mentorship and also a source of knowledge and opportunities to demonstrate what I already know through the community. So for me, that's a huge part, and not staying stagnant.
I agree with Shmuela's, I think, very first, one of her first responses. This is also going along with what Yvonne said, is surrounding yourself with people who inspire you, right? Who you can learn from. I think that's really it. And then you might not even realize that there is a way to grow in that, or might not even want to try something, but then being inspired to do so or being pushed to do so. I honestly think Tracy's a really great example of saying, hey, would you consider speaking? I don't know if I've thought about that before, even really want to, but sure, I'll give it a try, So just having that sort of inspiration, a little nudge, I think also helps you learn what your new passions might be.
Yeah, it's it's amazing what happens when you just go out there and you see this, big land of opportunity. That's what I see, right? I go out, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many people. Oh, there's this person I don't know, this person I don't know, this person I don't know. And then all of a sudden, it's like, everybody, and you're doing awesome things, and you're seeing them do awesome things, and then you're inspired by it. And, that type of growth is awesome. And, it's more than anybody could ever ask for. So I'm super grateful for our community. Let's see. One question is, what can we do as women in tech to foster collaboration, inclusion, and diversity? And I think not just women in tech, right? But do you have advice for, the men? Like how, I think allies always want to help, and sometimes they don't know how. And so what can they do as well? And, what can women do to create more of that thing that we love so much about the community?
I think from my personal experience, them recommending us for things that we probably weren't even considered for in the beginning with. Like, I'm pretty sure some of the things that Sam, even Aaron and Jeff recommended me for, just by like, hey, are you interested in this? Or there's this opportunity. It gets you thinking, right? It's empowering you, because you feel like, oh my God, this awesome person considered me for something, or even thought to even mention me for something. Just to mention alone sparks something. Like, even if you don't do it, which usually you kind of do, because you're like, that's an opportunity, right? Most people just take it. If you've gotten this far, you usually gotten this way by taking opportunities that you're like, oh my God, like I'm scared out of my, out of my pants, but like, yes, I'm going to try this. Let's see what happens, right? If I fail, so like, you just like, what, I can just do one of these things here and then, try again. But, definitely getting recommendations, definitely if allowing us to reach out to you in your DMs for tech stuff, like, like asking questions because you saw them on an article and it's like, oh, okay, this person Twitter. Okay. That's kind of how with me and Brandon Roberts, I was doing my first talk on schematics and I saw he did it, he has NgRx and he does, like he had articles for that. And I kind of just tagged him and he was generous and nice enough to actually give me some of his time. And, that alone, your time, even if it's just to answer the one question or maybe multiple questions after the first one, just allowing for that and being available and reachable and approachable, because sometimes it's very intimidating to go to someone you don't know and ask them a question and to be blown off or just not ignored altogether. Even if you can't help and you know someone else who can help, that's even, just more empowering. So like, don't overlook the small things. That does not cost you physical money, may cost you time as money, but like, even if it's just a little bit, don't, overlook that small thing that for you is nothing, right? You answer the question, you do this every day. But for them, it's like, oh my God, they could probably be looking up to you like as an inspiration, and you just answered one of their questions or, gave them validation or just considered them for something, and like you gave them all the confidence in the world. So these small things, these many small paying it forward behaviors that they can do, or just, to not overlook that, like, hey, this is probably something big to this person. And, you don't even know how you brighten their day, or just a small act of kindness, right? Can also go a long way, that I feel like can be overlooked sometimes because we're all in our own worlds. But like just a small act of kindness can sometimes be the world of difference to somebody who's just trying to find their way.
That is so true. Small acts of kindness go so far, and you just don't know who you're impacting and how. I remember this one time I went to this party and I started talking to this girl about, she said she really loves cheesecakes. And she was like, oh, I've always wanted to start a cheesecake company. And, I was like, well, you could do this. And she's like, oh, but I have to get space. I was like, well, it's not that expensive. It's only about $300. She's like, oh, but I have to do this. I was like, but you could just do this. And literally the next week, she started a cheesecake company. And that's been her life for, the past 10 plus years. Right. And like, that's so cool. Right. I mean, I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just having a conversation about cheesecake. So like, you really, really never know. Deborah, before her talk said, be the light, during these times of COVID, be the light for your friends, for the community, for the people you work with. And that's just a good thing, right? I mean, if you come up with, you come to every conversation with positivity, amazing things can happen. So I love that. And yes, Brandon has been an amazing ally within our communities as well. He's always willing to help underrepresented minorities. And, everyone else, I'm sure, but he's, we love working with Brandon on tons of different things. So,
I totally agree with that. Just talking to other women, and if you do feel comfortable and confident about like talking to a group of women and inspiring them, talking at meetups, conferences. It can be women only. It can be a mixed environment, because also men have to be inspired to understand what we're going through. So that's also an important aspect here. And also another thing is it's especially I feel this after having Nadav, and I understand now what it also means to be a mom in tech. And I have sometimes some advice, for example, for conference organizers. for how to make the conference more approachable for mothers who come with their babies. So, for example, like having a space where you can see the conference, you can see the talks, the stage, but it's maybe a separate room with screens or with the glass, that if your baby starts talking or starts crying or something like that, you don't need to go away. You can stay there and it's okay. So it's like I don't know how you call it, noise room or something like that. And a nursing room and things that maybe people don't usually think about, because a lot of people who come to conferences or to meetups are coming just by themselves, but without these additional kids, babies, and distractions. So if you have any tips like that to either conference organizers, meetups, or even at your workspace, that's like, just go ahead and talk to the relevant people and tell them about it from your experience.
Yeah, for sure. I can't tell you how many, amazing women I know on Twitter who are amazing speakers just can't go because, they have kids and maybe their youngest, they just, there's no childcare for them. So even as a conference organizer saying, hey, we'll pay for your kid's ticket too, and we'll provide some babysitting is absolutely huge. So Eric had a question, and he has two questions, but I'll defer to one, which is, what are you doing for Angular overall? I'll tell you. I'll go.
I do have an answer for that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Diana. You can go.
Yeah, you go ahead. I was going to say that in my case, I'm very specific because I have a particular skill set that is non-traditional to what you used to see. I come from a back-end and infrastructure world. So my contribution to the Angular community has always been centered on promoting the DevOps culture, giving awareness to front-end developers on all the tools they can use to achieve more collaboration, and even tools to, simplify things like deployment or deployment pipelines on a technical aspect. That's what I've been able to contribute with. And I think it's really important to know that we don't have to change our specialties to know how to contribute to this big DevOps chain. It's an infinite loop. And on something apart from that technical aspect, I have made sure I am there for the community and that I support and mentor people as much as possible. I might not know all the things, and definitely I'm not the oracle, but I put my heart on everything I do for the community, and I try to be as approachable and reachable as what I can humanly, possibly be. And to me, that has not only made a positive impact on others. I don't even know, I can't account for it, but it has had a positive impact in my life. And this is why I will support every effort, every panel, any discussion, every conference I can to make this a more inclusive, peaceful, and happy and welcoming environment for anyone who wants to be part of this awesome community.
I think like so many other women here who have been in the tech industry for any amount of time and have made it to a considerable standard, we try to roll it back, right? So in a lot of our tech talks that we see, they're very advanced and they're very complex. I know for me, anytime I do a talk, I try to find a concept that probably been talked about many, many times. But when I did it, I was still confused. So I go and I take the parts that confuse me and I teach it like I'm talking to a beginner, like who knows almost nothing or who needs this small niche thing and to need to understand it. very well. So like there's a lot of things that I feel like sometimes get glossed over because there's probably assumed set of knowledge. I try to take that assumed knowledge and unassume it. Like no one knows this, right? This is how you do this at the bare minimum, and then now you can build your way back up. So there's probably things that kind of confuse a lot of people, or there's like this is just like when I did the Angular.json file, I went so in depth, and it was cool because Mike Horton came right behind me and like did the schematics parts with like what I did. So it's kind of like it preluded what he was doing because I went so in detail on like what every property means and like how that whole thing works, because like you see that file and it's kind of like a black hole for a lot of people because they get a lot of beginner tutorials where it's like, this is the Angular.json file and we just kind of move on. And you're like, oh, this is the name of the project. You see that? That's the name. It says name of project, right? Then they just kind of gloss over and move on. So what I wanted to do was like take that whole concept of this file and explain exactly what it does. Why is it important? What are these fields means? Why are there so many in there? Like, you know, take it to the grassroots and help someone who may have been having the same issues I was having before I decided to tackle this issue and teach it to them. Like I like to learn it and then teach it immediately how I learned it. And that involves all the gotchas that I had to go through, all the things I had to research first, all the people that I had to bug to figure it out. And, you know, I take that, encompass everything and try to give that in my talk, try to teach it as a person who just learned it, just like you did, like to be relatable. Like I was just you, like you're sitting here learning it and I was just learning it too. And these are the things that I had to learn. These are the gotchas that I went through. And this is what you should know in order to be able to just kind of be one step further than where you were in order to make you a better developer, programmer, or, you know, an advocate for this technology. So that's kind of what I try to do. Like I try to like just, you know, use that kind of perspective on things to making a contribution to the community, because there's so many people that are doing amazing things. Those talks are advanced and they're awesome, but you also want to just bring it back a little bit to you know, to get the people that kind of got left behind and all the beginner tutorials that never went past that. And then you got these expert tutorials. So you got like beginner, expert, and like, where's the middle? And I try to be that middle. So I think that's what I kind of, my little niche that I kind of bring to the community.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think I'm trying to do the same thing with my talks. And hopefully I'll also start writing more content. But also in the NgGirls tutorial, it's really like that, like, okay, let's get started from the beginning. I don't really assume anything. And I also really try to tell people why it's like that. So I'm starting with the why. Why do we need this? Why does it work this way? And then I think it's better to understand the what, how it works. And yeah, all the small gotchas and stuff like that, I always try to do a demo for myself or for the talk, and to really get into whatever I'm trying to teach here, so I can see where it works, where it's where you need to dig into stuff to make it work. And even, you know, if something doesn't work as expected, or if the documentation is not so clear, then that's another thing that I'm always willing to do. I just send a PR or an issue and telling about that, because I really want to make it like easier for other people and more understandable.
So we've been talking a lot about speaking and content, and I don't do as much of that, but I do run my, organize my meetup. And how I try to help is by simply being there and being available and helping to create an organization where other women feel safe to attend. There's a lot of other meetups in Kansas City, and they're great meetups. But when I look at the percentage of women who attend, I see that Angular KC has a higher percentage, and I believe that's because women in particular, see that there are other women attending this meetup, and they also feel safe to attend. So just building out that community, making sure that as women, we're available to help include and bring together other women who are looking to join. I think that's how we build out an Angular community in Angular and help out Angular.
That is totally true. I think it's just even being around so that people can say, hey, you know, I tell this story a lot because it surprised me, but, you know, I throw a lot of meetups as well. And, you know, this girl came up to me and she said, yeah, you know, the first thing I do when I go to, you know, before I go to a local meetup is see what other women are in attendance because she doesn't want to be the only girl. And I was like, I mean, that's so not me, right? I don't care. But I was like, wow, that's huge, you know? So literally even just showing up and being there is huge for some of these people. And, you know, that's how you can be an ally too, right? So that's really amazing to hear. And, you know, for those of you guys, for those of you, you know, women, you know, who are listening and, or, you know, men, if you want to encourage, you know, the women that you know to contribute to the Angular community, it's so easy, right? Just like Yvonne said, you know, how she just, you know, says things in her own way, right? You know, you think there's these, you know, Angular tutorials about this and that or whatever out there, and, you know, nobody needs another Angular tutorial, but it's completely untrue because the way each individual person learns something is different. And so by sharing the knowledge of how you learn something, that is going to immensely help other people, right? I mean, sometimes I write blogs just as footnotes for myself when I'm learning something. And I'm shocked by how useful it is for other people to see, you know, people go through my journey, right? So it is really just putting yourself out there. And I think supporting women as well, you know, supporting initiatives. A lot of men have come to help mentor at Angular Girls. So I don't know if all of us has been a part of Angular Girls, but I know Shmuela and Elisa have both. I mean, obviously, Shmuela, you've run NG Girls. But Elisa, you know, I've been a mentor at NG Girls for Elisa's as well at Angular KC. And, you know, that type of stuff is immensely helpful. So, yes.
That's great to hear. Thanks. Yeah, Lisa has actually joined our team officially like a month ago or something.
That's
like
amazing. See, that's like a really great example, right? Like Elisa, it's so great because, you know, you started from, you know, just being a developer to helping organize Angular KC to now you're part of a more global organization, NG Girls, and, you know, you just did that by just contributing, you know, and I mean, that's a great example, right? I think for all of us, that's all we did. We just took little steps forward and then, you know, now we're able to give back to the community, which, you know, makes us all very happy. So much love. Well, thank you ladies for joining. Thank you ladies for joining me for this Angular community panel. We really appreciate it. And next up, I'm very excited because we've actually invited a bunch of the women leaders on the Angular team. There's been quite a few changes on, you know, the Angular team and kind of like the leadership there. And I love to see kind of like a more diverse set of people leading the team. So it's going to be really great to hear how they are moving forward with things with, you know, V10 and how they feel about the community and like the really cool projects and work that they've been working on, as well as how they got there themselves. So stay tuned. That is going to be at, God, when is it? It's 1:45, I believe. So we will see you back here in about 17 minutes. Thank you again, everyone, for joining, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you. See ya.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and put the schedule back up here, and we will do a sound check in just a little bit, but go ahead and take a bathroom break, and we'll see you very soon. Okay, we're going to do a quick sound check. So I'm going to add Cindy, Katarina, Hele, Ilona, and Jules to the screen really quickly. If you guys just want
your background is so cool.
That's pretty
Oh
awesome.
my gosh. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I feel like a halo, you know, I've got the halo.
It reminds me of the first keynote I ever did. My daughter was really little, and she used to pick my hair color. And she didn't know anything about Angular, but she decided on red. And when I got on the stage, the color of my hair matched the logo exactly. And so if you actually look at the video, you can see it's really weird in the video because my hair and the logo combined.
Cindy, I was wondering, is it possible to make that window dark behind you? Because what's happening is that the light is shining into the camera.
And we can't see your beautiful face.
Yeah.
Is that better?
No, it's worse.
Usually we see a silhouette. If you put light source behind you, it gives a silhouette. It's much better if you can point the light at you.
Like you might have to turn around.
Yeah, try it out. I mean, from a lighting perspective, that's
maybe okay.
And just FYI, we are doing a live sound check right now.
You know, I think what I might do is maybe I can turn the light on. Maybe that'll help.
That's where you are right now.
Oh, much better.
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
Completely different.
So, ladies, there is there's a private chat, and then there's comments, and the comments are actually the live YouTube comments.
Oh, wow. That is cool.
Okay. I think I've got it. Oh, oops. Hold on, folks. Let's keep that on. Let's take that off. It's so hard finding good light in this house. Okay. Maybe this will be better.
Yeah, that's great light.
That's great light.
Okay, cool. Boy.
What's NG Children by Eric Slack?
Shmuela is pregnant again. So she's having another baby, and so she showed us her belly, and then her son, of course, joined us for the last panel.
Great, NG baby. Oh, that's so good.
Yes, we have a lot of NG babies in our community.
Aww.
Nth child. Oh, that's funny.
There we go. I think I've got it.
Awesome, that definitely looks good. Okay, it also looks like everybody's audio is working, so feel free to take a bathroom break, and we will get started in just 4 minutes.
Who is Eric Slack? Does that ring a bell for anybody?
Eric Slack is somebody within the community who's commenting on the channel right now.
Yeah, but he's not like, I don't know, like a Google developer relations something group. Google developer.
So we should ask him. Well, he can hear us anyway, so
oh,
we should just ask Eric. Who Eric?
Eric, who are you? Can you give us an intro to yourself? I'm just impressed. Lots of comments. Eric.
He was so funny because he sent me an email and he said, "I'm trying not to spam, but I love talking to everybody."
Oh my God, Cindy, we can see you so well. It's like day and night. Really. Oh. It's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Because now we get to see you as opposed to just the silhouette.
Eric says that he's just an Angular developer. And he says he's a big fan. Well, very cool. I'll give you guys a 3-minute break, and then we'll start at the 45 mark.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, going ahead and adding everybody to the screen. There we go. Okay, welcome everybody, and thank you so much for joining for the Angular Leaders panel. We have some amazing women here today, and I'll just go ahead and let everyone introduce themselves.
I'll go. I'm Jules. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jules Kremer. I'm the engineering manager for web frameworks at Google, which means I'm responsible for 2 web frameworks that we build at Google. One is called Wiz. That's an internal only framework that serves some of our popular consumer products. And then the other one is Angular, which hopefully you all know what Angular is. And I'll pass the baton to Alona.
Okay, hi everybody. As you can tell, I'm the product manager here, the PM, and that's a new thing, I think, in Angular. So I brought a couple definitions for you. There's a slightly humorous one I heard from an engineer, which is that PMs are like a dentist. You can go for a really long time not going to one, but then sometimes can get you into big trouble one day. And the definition that I heard from a VC was, well, any of you know of a technology called IRC? Remember back in the day? Mm-hmm. And then can you think of a chat application called Slack that is more than a $20 billion company? And so the difference was product management between the two. So there's that. Thank you. And I will pass it to Cindy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cindy Green-Kaplan. I'm a program manager on the Angular team, which is kind of a new role. The funny definition is we're program managers like myself. We're known as cat herders. So you think of all of the folks on the team and they're all running around and very difficult to kind of corral and get work done or get kind of the right work done. Kind of we focus and we steer and we really help with engineering execution excellence.
My turn, huh? My name is Kapunahele Wong, and I work on the docs. So if you visit the docs section of angular.io, that's where I live, and hang out on the repo a lot. So if people submit PRs or file issues that are docs related, a lot of times you'll see me peek in there and try to help it go the right direction or fix it if I can, things like that.
Awesome. And, I love seeing leaders within the tech community, specifically Angular. It's so great to see that. And, I was just wondering, how did you all get to where you are in your career right now?
Shall we go the other way around?
Sure. That's a good idea, Alona.
Yeah. Thank you, Bram and Saad, for the great comments.
Haley, that means you.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So it's a very long story, but part of it was I just had some ideas and I started doing tutorials, and I tried to combine some things that I liked. And I eventually found myself as a front-end developer at Capital One. And it was funny because when I interviewed for that, actually, my future manager at that time said, "Do you know Angular?" And I didn't at all. I didn't know anything. So after the call, I went and I was like, Angular tutorial online. So I started doing tutorials, and I was hired, and I was able to learn it on the job there. And then I was at NgConf one year, and there was a luncheon. And I went to it, and Jules, you were actually there. Yes, yes, you were so inspiring, and that was the one when I walked in the room that Brad Green was there at the table I was going to sit at, and I ran away. And so I sat at another table because I was too shy.
Didn't at some point we follow you though? And force you to talk? I'm pretty sure that happened one day.
May have. I'm gonna like blushing here. But I did eventually say, hey, I'd really like to help out. I don't know very much, and I'd like to learn. And so it started with a little bit at a time, and it grew.
Wonderful. Cindy?
You know, it's a couple of different things. It's a combination of just intense curiosity. I ask a lot of questions. I'll just ask anyone who knows me, maybe too many questions, but that's really how I learn. It's all good because that's kind of my style. Hard work and building a portfolio of what I consider transferable skills. This is the foundation that I build on. You know, I'm a first generation college graduate, and when I speak to students, you know, these are kind of the things that I like to share and let them know that, you know, it doesn't matter the background. It really matters, you know, kind of what you're bringing to the table, and you can learn anything given the right motivation, you know, given the right amount of time. And prior to coming to Google, I spent most of my career in human resources, specifically on the HR technology side, so compensation, benefits, and payroll systems and processes. That's how I came to Google. I love literature. I have a bachelor's degree in English, and the extrovert in me, as well as my emotional intelligence, is what I like to bring to teams that I work with and help make those teams be better.
Great. Okay. Yeah. I have 12 years enterprise product management experience. If we go backwards in time, first like Rakuten, Japan's Amazon, PayPal, Royal Bank of Scotland, which is sort of you can think of it as the Bank of America of the UK, now NatWest. And I also spent three and a half years before and after that making profitable and selling a couple of small startups. In between all of this, I spent 8 years pursuing ordination as a Buddhist nun, actually, to the point where the last 2 years I had shaved my head and moved into a monastery and worked remotely. In the end, I decided not to pursue that because, well, long story short, women's ordination in any traditional Buddhist lineage is either inferior or illegal. And so I came back to the world and I landed at Google, so I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
Awesome. Well, how did I get here to my career is kind of a long story. I'm old, so I feel like I'm on the other end of the career development sort of thing. But I was thinking about it. I am old. It's okay. I am a woman who is embracing being 50. I think it's awesome, and that I'm still working, I think should be inspirational for younger people. But anyway, so let me tell you how I got here, because I think there's like 3 things I like to communicate about my career journey that I think other women can learn from. So I'm the first generation woman to graduate from college in my family. I'm Native, and so Native American. So most of my family lived on the reservation, didn't have college experience. And I had to pay my way through college. So I did that by working in a law firm. I started as a receptionist and then proved my value on the brand new computers. And I don't even want to tell you what the OS was because it was not Windows at the time. That's how old I am. And so I kind of proved myself valuable to the law firm, and I ended up moving into the computer IT department and sort of building up through doing support and then doing some automation. And then I graduated from college with a degree in computer science. And because I had built this niche and had this diversity of perspective around how legal software should work, I was actually able to do my first engineering job in the legal community. And I built this sort of niche reputation as being able to develop large-scale legal solutions. And I did a few things, and then I impressed Microsoft with a pretty cutting-edge solution that I built based on a brand new schematic for XML and XSLT. I showed that off at Microsoft. They were so impressed that when I had my first child before I was 30, I was able to actually create a life for myself because I had this niche and because I had networked within Microsoft. I actually stayed home with my kids for 10 years just doing contract work as a software engineer. And I call this out because I think for women, it's really important to hear that there are journeys that aren't this direct path. There are ways to get around being a woman, wanting to be a mom, wanting to stay with your career. And I did one thing that helped me do that by doing contract work for so long. And then when my daughter hit first grade, I'd been home for almost 10 years, got a divorce, needed to support myself. And I used that same network. You keep hearing the word network, it's because network is super, super important to go get a job at Microsoft and support myself fully. And you know, I don't want to make a long story short. There was a moment in time in which we all make choices. I made a particularly bad personal choice that left me wanting to leave the community I was involved with at work. And so I was sitting in my office one day at Microsoft and I thought, how far from this can I get? And this was 10 years ago. So I thought Google. Didn't know how to get a job at Google. Google was known as just being impossible to get into. So what did I do? I went to the new Facebook thing that existed or just started back then. And I went to every single friend I had on Facebook and I looked through all of their friends until I found a friend who had a friend who worked at Google. That friend is Alex Diecker. He's still the director for Google Cloud Support today. And he hired me. It took a year, but he did hire me. And that's how I ended up at Google. And while not every moment's been great in my career, I've dealt with the things that most women in tech deal with. I've dealt with sexism and I've dealt with, having to defend my reason to be in the room and all of those things. I'm so proud to be a Googler, and it's been just the crowning achievement of my personal career.
Wow. Yeah.
Cool. So like,
Awesome.
you kind of, no, actually, I think this is a little different because Jules, you kind of led up to, how you're at Google. But my next question for everybody is, why are you all on the Angular team?
Yeah, for me, I'll start. For me, it's hands down the people. And there's no other answer for me. Some of you may know, some of you may not, that this is my second stint on the Angular team. I was on the Angular team a number of years ago, took a couple of years off, and I'm now back. And when the Angular team came back to me and asked me to rejoin, I had a lot to think about. Was it the right stage in my career? Was it the right opportunity for my career? And the truth is that I threw all of that out the window and just didn't worry about where this took my career or whether it was the right moment or right for anything, and just said, I love the people on this team with a passion. I love this community. And if any of you have seen keynotes in the past, you've seen me refer to my first entrance into the community and how loving and warm they all were. And so when my boss, Brian, offered me this role, it was hands down, yes, let me go back to my NG family.
Okay, for me, as you know, Google has a fairly, to a certain level, they hire generic engineers or product managers, and then you are matched with teams and so on. So I went through that process. And for me, a big part of taking on the web infrastructure pillar, as we call it, was that Angular was part of it. And just the longevity, incredible longevity and success of both the technology and call it community, call it ecosystem, all of this that just drives this upward spiral for everybody was a huge attraction for me. So that's why I chose here.
I would say for me, so I didn't know anything about Angular prior to joining this team. I had no idea. And so for me, it was, I'm like, okay, I'm going to work with another great team. I hear good things. I'm like, okay, great. And then I went to the Enterprise Summit in February, and I got a chance to talk to some of the enterprise customers, users. And there was this energy in the room, unlike any I had seen before. And it was infectious. And I was very, my curious nature again, I was just very curious about this. And as I talk to people and they tell me what they love about working with Angular. And I just thought, this is absolutely incredible. And so first and foremost, I want to, learn as much as I can about Angular, learn more about the community, the users, all of you out there. And it's just, there is just this infectious energy. And I want to be a part of it. And I want to learn more about it. And I want to help our team continue to deliver great products for all of you.
Very nice. It's definitely the people, just like Jules said, just the nicest people. And when my very first PR that I submitted, I was so scared. I thought people were gonna, say things on my PR and point out how I didn't know anything and what are you doing here? And I was a little nervous. But it wasn't like that at all. And no one's ever been like that to me in Angular, in the community at all. And they've been just super nice on the team as well as community members. Everyone's just, I don't know, I feel like I sort of found my people really nice.
Yes, I think we all feel the same way being a part of the Angular community. So I feel you. We're going to highlight that's definitely one of the greatest things about Angular is the community. So There's a lot of kind of new faces and new roles on the Angular team, and I'm just curious, how are these new roles affecting the vision of Angular? Like, what's next? What's going on?
So I think this is for me. Perhaps Alona and I can share this a little bit. So specifically, like, yes, there are new roles on Angular, and so we try really hard not to ship our org chart. And so for those people who don't know, actually Angular is in a different place within Google now. And so we reorged into a new organization, and that organization actually has a lot more dedicated people and teams focused on web and web-related technologies. As part of that organization, we also get the benefit of a lot of cross-functional investment. So for example, Alona, as our product manager, works within our product manager group, and she's now helping us understand both our first party and our third party sort of market, the users, what the developer journeys need to look like. Cindy comes from our program management team that's also a functional, cross-functional org. And her role is really, like she said, to wrangle the cats and bring the communication up here so that we can tell everyone within Google and outside of Google what we're working on and how we're working on. And so as part of this new organization, we have this opportunity to do things we've never been able to do before. And that includes with people who aren't actually on this call. So we have teams like Intel, who's helping us figure out how do we have metrics around success for what we are doing so we can see our success and talk to people about those things. We have a customer success team that helps us go out and actually have structured conversations with Google teams so we understand what their challenges are and can help influence our product roadmap. Where Angular is going, I think I'll let Alona, if you want to talk a little bit about V10 and how we're going to think about our roadmap, maybe we can maybe riff off of those two things together.
Sure. I just wanted to thank also Fada, Steve, you had to Wolf's comment, so nice to see you. So let's go from cross-functional to, first of all, why is it meaningful to have investments from cross-functional teams or functions is that we are in very fast changing landscape. So it's not just the frameworks themselves that come and go, but JavaScript and the web itself is changing. And so we are trying to think of, from product perspective, what is really the next chapter of success look like for Angular and the community. And so part of that is bringing in the research, bringing in more data analysis, as Joel said, both on the first party, so internally at Google, our usage, and also the whole community, the third party. And really bringing also different perspectives. And this is where I think diversity or inclusion is actually directly also valuable with cross-functional work, is that as you bring in new people with different experiences and different needs and sensitivities, you get a much bigger picture and able to make better longer-term decisions. So now let's go on to V10. Well, right now, after Ivy has come out, I think that was sort of the major work and accomplishment that you have all seen. So for V10, we will not, it has been a few months rather than 2.5 years of work behind it. And so we have a shift towards ESM 2015 around differential loading. We have a little shift away from CommonJS. The IE9 and 10 deprecation is on our current roadmap. We can talk a lot about first movers here. Yarn PNP support is coming. There will be stricter defaults, which you can read more about once we, if you look on the details. And there is solutions for TSLib 2.0, quote unquote, drama coming up. So these are the buckets that we're working on. And in the meantime, I think Jules, if you want, you can comment to it, but we're also really rethinking on how to make the future more scalable, both in terms of product excellence. So our Fix-It will come up, we'll discuss that a little bit, and also how to work with the community more and more in a scalable manner. So we're trying to figure out our next major direction here.
Yeah, so from a roadmap perspective, blah, 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 blah. It's only 7 or almost 8 here, so I've only had 1 cup of coffee, forgive me. So from a roadmap perspective, one of the things I do want to say is that we are trying to take a look at our team health. That's something that Cindy is deeply helping us with, and figuring out how we can plan more long-term and actually have transparency around that plan, so that we can tell the community as well as Google, what we're planning on building in future releases. So definitely something you can look forward to. I don't know that I want to commit, but I do want to commit that we will have a roadmap something, even if it's just like a page on GitHub that talks about the work that we're working on. So look for that. Cindy, could you talk a little bit about the Fix-It we did? I think it's really important, both because Cindy is the leader of the Fix-It at Google, and she can explain what I mean by that, but also because this is something we spent the last week on in trying to improve the health of our community.
So Fix-It is a Google-wide tradition, and it's just a company-wide engineering activity where it's almost like teams have an opportunity to kind of get off the merry-go-round, take a week, focus on things like internal testing, bug hygiene, technical debt. And it's nice. What's really cool about it is the teams working together on this one common activity for just 1 week. And some of the most impactful things are most meetings are canceled. So you really do have that focus time to just really, hone in on things. What's interesting is this is this team's very first Fix-It, and so it's really, really special. But the energy, the excitement to have the global team participate in this has been really awesome and really cool. There's some great, numbers. The Fix-It, the team is focused on GitHub issues, and they're taking an interesting approach. It's not just, all the old issues, we're just going to automatically, blanket close them out. That's not the approach that's being taken. The approach is, let's take a look, if I pick an issue, is there an older issue? Maybe it's a duplicate. Maybe it's something that I can combine or can be combined to add some additional information, add some context. There's a lot of, collaboration, partnering, really working together. And there's been some phenomenal success in terms of just taking a look at, trying to get through as many issues in GitHub and really triage, not necessarily for closure, but for triage and understanding. And I think as a first Fix-It for this team, I think that is an amazing activity to focus on. And we will have more. This is only the first.
We might want to stop there, and I don't know if I missed it or maybe it was assumed, but do you want to tell people what the Fix-It is? Did you mention?
Yes. Yeah. So it's an activity that engineering teams at Google participate in. Sometimes, there's very spirited competitions around, and, with prizes and things of that nature. But it is an opportunity for the team to work together on a very common theme. So, for example, bug hygiene, bug health, reduction of technical debt. Those are some very common Fix-It themes that teams across Google participate in.
Yeah, so just to clarify that a little bit more. So from an organizational perspective, our VPs sponsor what we call the Fix-It program. Cindy happens to lead Fix-It, not just for Angular, for our entire organization. And these are quarterly. So our VPs have the expectation that every quarter, every engineering team will contribute to this Fix-It. And like Cindy said, Fix-Its aren't necessarily about burning down bugs. It could be reducing technical debt. But it's actually a Fix-It goal that you put the whole team behind, cancel all meetings, and everybody focuses on that for 1 week. And we just finished that last week for Angular, and our Fix-It was to focus on issues. We could have chosen other things, but for this particular Fix-It, we focused on issues. I expect we'll do Fix-Its at least once a quarter. Hopefully, maybe the team loved it enough we do more. Who knows? We haven't had a retrospective about that yet.
Wonderful. I love that because I can't wait to see how many issues are now in the Angular repo. I'm sure it's been decreased by, there's probably only one left, right?
Magic.
That's my goal, Tracy. My goal is one issue.
Awesome. Well, that is so good to hear, and I love that the Angular team is, focusing on those issues, and it's a great way to communicate with the community too, right? I mean, who doesn't love to see that? I remember Katarina was talking about, maybe it was a PR, but you're talking about Mishko commenting. So it's really cool to see the people that we look up to, actually working with us on the Angular team. Let's see. Okay, well, let's take a step back really quickly, and I wanted to also kind of talk about, this idea of, a lot of women, I feel like, feel stuck in their development careers. And, this question has come up a lot this week. We do monthly mentoring, and I asked this in the last panel, but what advice do you have for women to advance their career?
I'm happy to answer. For women to advance their career, I think the most important thing that you can do as a woman is decide what makes you passionate, because the real truth is if you're working on something that you hate, it's hard to get up and go to work every morning. If you're working on something you love, it's much easier. I know it's cliche, everyone says it, but it's true, right? And so, like, for women to advance their career, I think you first have to decide what you want. Like, is it that you want to be a programmer, or do you want to be a PM? Like have the notion of what it is you're going for and set a destination. And then I'm gonna say it again, because I think it's the most important thing to developing a career, whether you're a woman or a man, but in particular for a woman, it is to build your network. And within that network, to find sponsors. And I know Alona feels passionately about this. I do.
Yeah, we had a big discussion about this. Yeah.
And I'd like to differentiate, and Alona, like, have your own riff on this, but I think it's really important to differentiate between what a sponsor is and what a mentor is. So a mentor is somebody that you have some natural affinity for, that you can, like, shoot ideas past, get input on, think of them as somebody that you work with that you can bounce ideas off of. A sponsor is very different. A sponsor is somebody who has a stake or wants to have a stake in your career and to help push you forward. And at every stage of my career, having that sponsorship was really important. And the second question I always get asked when I say this is, well, how do you find a sponsor? And the truth is, they kind of come naturally through the work you do. And I'll be honest, every sponsor I've had has been because I had a passion for something. I went and did that thing, and somebody noticed and wanted to help support me. Yeah, I have to put the energy into the relationship to build that. But starting from what you love and be passionate, and then finding people to help you on the way, is like a critical thing to me to pushing your career forward.
Right. Yeah, I think you said everything that I felt passionate about. So thank you with this distinction, because I just think we talk a lot about networks and mentoring, but I think there's actually some HBR, some Harvard Business Review research out there around this, that those who have better trajectories or faster trajectories, let's say, compared to the average, have more sponsor type relationships versus mentor type relationships. So please think of finding this.
And, I was just going to add just a slightly different perspective for me personally. It's a concept that I'm learning, and I'm kind of understanding that it really is key and critical to have a sponsor or multiple sponsors. And so it's something that I wish I would have embraced earlier kind of in my career, and I didn't. So I'm starting to do that now. And I hope to just get better at it and just really embrace it more. And, it's just, it wasn't a big concept for me in the past. And so I'm working on it and working to get better.
I think, too, when you're working to improve yourself, your skill set, you can take your time. There's a big emphasis in this field about just rushing and just trying to consume as much as you can. And I don't think that's necessary. I think we can focus and take our time. But at the same time, when you're in a position where you're not getting promotions, maybe it's just, I don't know, they can't do it, or they're just not seeing your value, move on. You know, if someone isn't going to promote you, promote yourself. And you can do that. You can do that with your repos that you maintain on GitHub. You can show off your work publicly. So
I'd actually like to call attention to somebody who's sitting in here who has done just that. I mean, I actually remember when Tracy first came on to the Angular scene back years ago when I was first on Angular, and I remember watching her promote herself in a way that I actually thought was inspiring. I actually talked about Tracy and how she inspired me in a Hawaii small business forum, because it's due to Tracy that I had the courage to wear a dress on stage for the first time. And it's due to Tracy promoting herself that I noticed that I could embrace both being a software engineer and also bringing my own femininity to the table, which is something at 50 I've never done.
I love that. That's like Jen Lieber. She's been speaking in this community for years and years and years. And she's like, I'm wearing a dress for the first time.
And I will also now state on Twitter, anybody who knows how you find cute dresses with pockets.
Yeah.
There's a niche for the female software engineer who needs dresses with pockets.
Well, because, you know, if you're going to talk, usually, well, I guess in today's world, who knows, but usually you have to have somewhere to put the microphone thingy. So a dress with pockets allows you to have a place to do that.
Well, you know, speaking of kind of all this like mentorship and sponsorship and things like that, do you all have like a general list of, you know, Angular for career development? How is the Angular community helping facilitate career development for people in underrepresented groups?
Well, my favorite, and I'm only going to talk once because I feel like I'm dominating, but my favorite is absolutely NgGirls. Having been around when Shmela started that and seeing its growth is just phenomenal. And as a mom of a daughter, I like really love to see the directive towards helping young women or young ladies figure out that STEM is not something to be afraid of and something to embrace and to go forth. Love NgGirls.
I talk about it all the time, but the spin that I put on it, because I don't have a development background, is I talk about it from the perspective of skills and loving to learn. And, you know, people love to talk about the work that they love. And you grab someone and you sit them down and you talk to them and you learn. It's continual learning. It's just learn what you can, when you can, all the time. And it's just been the greatest opportunities, I believe, come from the willingness and the desire to learn. And STEM is a place for, I truly believe, people of all backgrounds. You know, there's a place in STEM. I would have never thought I would be, you know, doing the type of work that I'm doing now, you know, 10 years ago. Never.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, learning is the key, because if you know the material, you know the material. You know, so one of the things that that I have kind of done quietly since I was a teenager, actually, and it started in ballet class, because there was another student who was excellent in this ballet class I was in high school, and I really admired her. And so I just anything she did, I just kind of copied it in a way, you know, like, you know, why does she move like that? She has this articulation in this motion that she does. And it really boosted my own abilities, my own skill level. And I think that works for anything that requires a skill, to look at people who do it really well. If you see somebody who does something in a way that you're like, oh, I'd really like to be just like that. Well, start being just like that. Start just, you know, when you see them do something, look at their PRs. If it's, you know, if it's tech related, look at their PRs and see what they do. You can lurk. It's okay.
That's awesome. I love that. So
I'd love for someone to mention the Hack Your Future.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Someone. And then I'd like to say something for the men on the call, because this question was also about the community and what we can do in Angular.
go for it. I'm not sure what Hack Your Future is. It's not so.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I just came from our previous notes. I wanted to say that when I was helping run what I think is perhaps the world's largest all women and non-binary hackathon, there were 10,800 plus women from 145 countries. It was an online hackathon. Before COVID, actually made a lot of things online. We ran it with 1 million women to tech. Those who filled out, we had surveys coming into the hackathon. And I wanted to share this with the men on the call that 92%, I'm not kidding, 92% of the respondents who actually filled out the survey when asked how they got started coding said because a male friend or family member encouraged them to do so. So this came in open text format. So sometimes it was, I don't know, my brother, my father, my cousin, my friend, my neighbor, my whatever, like encouraged me to try it out. But this meant to us that, I don't know if I want to be dramatic here, but most men might never understand, and most women might never admit the power that the men have in Angular or other communities to uplift the women around them. And sometimes it's not just the women, it's anybody with diverse backgrounds or minority backgrounds, is if you are in that position where you have the knowledge, you have access, you have understanding. Yes, if you can teach them, wow, great. But even if not, sometimes just encouraging somebody to try it out and that confers this type of trust in them that you think they can do it is sometimes enough to get people started. So I really wanted to say, to answer Tracy's question, what can the Angular community do, is literally like look around you and say, oh, who else do I think is a smart cookie who could do something like this, and encourage them. It's so simple, you wouldn't believe it. The other thing I want to say, there was a comment here by Steven, is that Angular is a small fish in a big pond, and we need, a good job security and wantingness. Well, based on the data that we looked at in terms of sort of LinkedIn open jobs, among the frameworks, Angular seems to have like multiple X open job market compared to the other front end, let's say open source frameworks. So yes, it's a big pond, but Angular, and we think it's perhaps because of its enterprise focus and ability, but there are a lot of jobs. And so what can Angular community do is just do what you have been doing, because clearly this is where a lot of the enterprise job prospects are there. So keep doing whatever you have been doing, keep being amazing, and it helps. It creates this positive growth that we're in together. So that's my 2 cents.
That's really cool to hear. I've never looked at the statistics of number of open jobs based on the different framework, but it's really cool to hear that there's a ton more Angular jobs, and that's job security for everybody involved in Angular. Which brings me to another question, which I always think it's a funny question, but it's a question that people ask within the community. Is Angular here to stay? Is Angular here to stay?
Yes, Angular is here to stay. There is no. I always wonder where this comes from. I know one meme that I've heard lately is referring to the reorganization that we did go through. A lot of people know that we actually joined forces with the other web framework Wiz, and there's this like notion of either one's going to eat the other, or we're going to turn it into one framework, and I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. Angular is Angular, Wiz is Wiz, and we will continue to invest in both of those. They have different use cases and different audiences, and there's reasons for that. We have thousands and thousands of customers or developers at Google. We have 1.5 million or more developers in the world. Angular is absolutely not going anywhere. I think one of the benefits we've received in this new org is that we finally have senior leadership who understands Angular and wants to see it. And if you didn't see my NgConf keynote, I mentioned in there that we have a new VP, and that if we post a blog post, he emails me within 2 minutes. I promise you, after we get off this, he's probably already emailed me because I mentioned his name. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
And the reason I bring that up is that VPs being invested means we get more resources. We get more attention from our org in order to meet the goals that we have for both Google developers and web developers in the world. And that's really important and something Angular hasn't had in the past. So I'm fully embracing it. And like I said, I'll get an email here in a minute.
Hi, Michael, giving us money. The community appreciates it. Just teasing, but we do. So that actually brings probably to the next question. I know, Jules, you touched on it a little bit, but you know, I think Ilona can probably answer this too. How does Angular fit into the web ecosystem at Google?
Okay, very good. I can take a quick crack and then we can go from, please jump in. So Jules mentioned Wiz and Angular, and I think it's good to make this distinction because Wiz is for the Google applications where the end user latency, let's call it performance, is paramount. It's the most important, where we will fight for a millisecond to save a millisecond of latency in load times. So this is our internal front-end framework that serves you know, apps with billions of users. And Angular is for most of the other enterprise application use cases, a very, very good solution. So I see some questions around here. Yes, there are other Google and also non-Google technologies out there. We do think that developer choice is quite important for a healthy ecosystem. Also, again, going back to use cases, what is the primary differentiator or need that those are using? It's up for the developers to choose. And so we ourselves, of course, are focused on making Angular.
Yeah. Yeah, let me riff a little bit off that. So Ilona's right in all of that. The only other thing I'd want to mention is that, you know, Angular has long been a web framework at Google. Yes, there are other frameworks at Google that do similar things. Like she mentioned Wiz, there's definitive use cases. I see on the comments people are bringing up Flutter. Flutter is a different use case at Google as well. Angular squarely has the most internal Google developers of any other web framework. We are tracking those numbers and ensuring that we do the right thing for those users. We work with all of these other teams. We have collaboration going on with the material team right now. We have collaboration going on with the Chrome team. We work with all of these teams in collaboration. And one of the core, I think, tenets of our new org, core developer, is to reduce redundancy. And so we're definitively trying to do that across all of web investments at Google.
Okay.
Cool, that's awesome. That probably leads into my next question, which is, you know, being that Angular is such a big part of Google, how does the Angular team prioritize Google needs versus community needs?
Yeah, so let me address that as well. I would say we've not done a great job of this in the past. And I would actually argue that we've done a better job at prioritizing third party than first party, just because we've had an external DevRel team that was able to bring us that feedback. And we have a lot more visibility in the open source community. In the past, we didn't have the same customer investments internally, so we have a lot less data on actually Google usage, even though that's the far greater usage of Angular that we have. Ilona is actually prioritizing that work right now, and our plan is to actually have multiple inputs into the roadmap. So we'll have our first party needs, we'll have our third party needs. The goal or the expectation is that there's this big Venn diagram and that they overlap and the sweet spot's right there in the middle, and that's where we're going to focus. Of course, we have other things that are going to come at us either from the org or from the world, like the pandemic, and we'll have to figure out how we prioritize in the roadmap as those things come up as well. But to make the answer very simple, we have first party, we have third party, there's an overlap, and that's where we're going to focus.
That's awesome.
Oh, and one more thing before I forget, because I think it's important to the answer to this question, is we are aware that we have not done the best job on the planet of being able to collect the thought leadership within the community to influence product direction as well. And we are actively working, Minko and Stephen and our DevRel team are actively working on figuring out new programs that we could initiate around committees or contributor programs or things like that, so that we can bring that thought leadership to the table as well.
That's awesome. I love that. It's nice to see everyone collaborating with each other. I know we kind of touched on V10 a little bit, but Cindy, do you know when V10 is coming? That's always a fun question.
Yes, everyone's waiting with bated breath. Middle of next month, so mid-June.
Cool. Really?
Mhm.
That's awesome. Wow. I wasn't expecting an answer. I don't know what I was expecting, but.
One thing I haven't mentioned yet that I want to make sure I mention as well is that while I'm the engineering manager of web frameworks, I'm not the actual direct engineering manager of Angular. Jen is. I introduced her at NgConf. And Jen's focus, right, is to really build the team health and the processes back to a place where we can actually have that date and say it and mean it and actually follow up with what's going to be in that release. So we're doing a lot of work right now on the processes that the team uses for planning. Cindy is very much in the middle of that. And Jen is spearheading this ability for us to be more clear and transparent with where we're going.
That's really cool to hear. So I know a lot of people on, attending Angular International Women's Day are wondering, how can I get involved?
Katarina Haley, I think you are the best person to help people involved. And actually, personally, thank you for trying to help my son do his first PR. He was freaking out, so I know how people must feel because I witnessed my son emotionally go through, oh my God, I can't submit this PR because people are going to think I'm dumb. So for everyone else, Katarina Haley, you helped him so much. Maybe you could share how you did that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I'm glad it was helpful. So, yeah, if people are interested in contributing or just getting involved, the repo has all kinds of stuff in there for you to do if you want. So there are a lot of different ways to contribute. There's the obvious, you can fix the compiler, or, some code thing, right? You can go in there and change something in the code, or you can work on the documentation and submit PRs for that. You can file issues if you notice something, but maybe you're not, for whatever reason, you're not ready to submit a PR for it. Or maybe you don't know what the answer is. We do get issues like that point out things that are, that need some work, but that the person doesn't know the answer to. And so that raises a flag for us. Then we can go and try to pull different people and see what people think. And not just people on the team, but just people in the community. I've done a lot of edits in my own PRs with the help of other people that, yeah, Dave Shevitz said that we can always use more help on the docs. Yes. He's our docs team lead. He's amazing. And he's got lots of really cool ideas moving us forward. So one of the things too that you can do is just comment. Like go in, if you see something in an issue or a PR, you can review PRs. My PR door is always open. So come on in and make comments if you like. If you, yeah, and if you want to submit PRs, but you're not really sure how to get started, we are actually working on some documentation to walk people through the process of submitting PRs for the docs. But one of the things that you can do is just let one of us know. You can even do it in an issue, or I'm on Twitter, Kapunaheli. That's my handle on Twitter. Please feel free. I'm also on Gitter. Feel free to hit me up. And because there, surprisingly, right, there are actually a lot of very skilled engineers who aren't accustomed to the workflow that is involved with our process of merging new work and contributions. So it's totally fine if you are unfamiliar with the process, whatever your skill level, whether it's your very first one or you could write Angular yourself in your sleep. It's totally fine to reach out and say, hey, can you help me rebase this? Or, because sometimes, say, oh, could you rebase? And the person says, oh, dear. And you never hear from them again. It happens. It happens a lot. It happens so much, that it's nothing to be scared about or ashamed of. You can always just put in the comments, hey, Kapunaheli, can you help me do this? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
To be honest, every time I've ever had to rebase, I have to call Igor. Every single time.
See, so if Jules has to, we're okay.
I highly recommend recording how to rebase and posting it somewhere.
Or adding it to the bot, like, okay, could you rebase link?
Exactly. That would be amazingly helpful, I'm sure, for a ton of people. And also probably for people who are too shy to read.
Yes. Yeah, and there's also for when there are issues that are just like sometimes somebody will rebase, and I see this tons, maybe a couple times a week. There'll be like all of a sudden you just have like 1,000 commits in your PR, and you're like, those aren't even mine. I didn't mean to do that. You know, it's really easy to fix. It's just not very obvious. So just reach out. I don't mind private conversations about it if you don't want to, you know, comment on your thing, on your PR or something. Or if you just don't know where to start. And I have kept notes for myself on the process. Speaking of videos, Tracy, it's not a video, but it's just a gist. And we're working on bringing those into new docs specifically about contributing. So we're going to have a section. It's all in the works. It'll take us a little bit of figuring out exactly where all the pieces go, but we're working on making contributing more obvious so that if it is your very first time on anything on GitHub and you just create an account to contribute to Angular, that you could get going.
That's awesome. So after we contribute though, and we're just sitting there waiting, how do we get our PR actually reviewed and merged?
That's a really good question. And you're right, there's a ton of stuff in there, so it's a really big queue. And there are a lot of different people. So there's, you know, obviously the docs that I'm most familiar with, and then there are other parts of Angular, right? So depending on what part you're working on, your PR will kind of funnel through a different group of people. So so if I see that something is comp docs, I will take a docs one and then make sure that I've got the right labels on it and everything, and help by reviewing or asking one of the other docs team members or an engineer to help review. Sometimes we need engineering review to make sure that the change that's being submitted is what we want, or, you know, what we intend. It sometimes it does take a while, and we're working on it. We're definitely trying new approaches to try to help prevent things from either falling through the cracks or just being too slow. You know, things happen. So so we're trying to keep an eye out for those. And I really don't mind people tagging me. That's totally fine. And I will definitely try to help move things through, you know, when I see somebody's asking for help.
And just to follow up with that, as Queen Haley mentioned, we are aware that we need to improve our responsiveness around here. And this is another place that Jen and Cindy are working towards a more programmatic approach.
Yeah, trying different methods, right?
Yeah.
To see what works best. Because, you know, there's flux on the team. You know, sometimes we have shifts. We might bring in a new member on the docs team, or maybe a member goes, you know, and does something else. So we're constantly trying to maybe rethink, reassess our processes, as, you know, that we're applying to that process of lots of processes, but lots of but trying to just, sometimes you just have to rethink it, and then you have to try a new way. And sometimes some of the things that are in the process can kind of get stuck in the middle of the gears, and it's okay to speak up and say, hey, don't forget me.
Yes, I know. I some people are just so like, I commented, nobody commented back, and I'm always like, comment again.
Yeah,
they just forgot. You know, nobody's ignoring you. It's just like people just need to be reminded. You know, so.
Well, also the scale. I mean, this is the success of Angular, right? Like, if there are, I don't know, millions of end users and how many thousands of people who are wishing to contribute, and there are a few dozen people who are actually able to pull this. It's just, we have to find scalable ways. It's very difficult. If you look at your queue and there are, I don't know, 2,000 or 700 notifications on GitHub for you, like, is not the easiest task.
I see Ajit just commented that he has PRs pending and looking forward to the new process, and I just wanted to thank him. Yeah, I wanted to thank him for all of his hard work and contributions. He's been so consistently dependable, and along with so many people, and yeah. So I could go on and on, but thanks, Ajit.
Oh, I love that. I love seeing, you all have so much knowledge, and I know, especially during, these times, it's hard to be able to share that because we have less conferences. Conferences are more online, and I love that you guys spent some time with me to just kind of talk about, what's next for Angular. What are you all doing? And it's really, really cool to see the changes that you guys are making within the team, and it's exciting because you guys are planning out what's going to happen for the next 5 to 10 years of Angular. So that's really fun to watch. I love being a part of the community and kind of being able to see that grow. My last question is just going to be for people who are trying to learn Angular, right? Like, how does one go about learning Angular? What's the best way to do that?
Haley, I know you're excited about this answer.
Yes. So I used to be a teacher. I used to teach high school. So I have lots of feelings on learning and different ways to learn, and that different people do learn in so many ways. So obviously I have to say, hey, try the docs, right? But there are lots of ways. So obviously there are different tutorials you can do online that people put out. I love Deborah Kurata's stuff. She's really wonderful. And so I would recommend finding the way that works best with you. And some of us might still be figuring out what works best. So one of the things that has worked for me that I didn't realize before I started working on the docs was taking a particular topic and breaking it down and making maybe like little apps. You can make them on StackBlitz or locally or wherever you want to make them. Just make little apps that are focused on that one little concept and do it over and over and over again. And if you can get a speaking slot somewhere, like a meetup or whatever, where you have to live code, make yourself live code, then what you'll do in order to do that, so are you, Brandon, I see that. If you have to live code, then you'll get really nervous. And if you get really nervous and you know that everyone's looking at you, you'll practice it like 150 times. So just build it over and over again. And so I had to do that for a couple of years ago. I had to do that, and I was so nervous that I built the app literally like 90 times, and I talked my way through it. And if I broke it, I forced myself to fix it right there on the spot and figure out what I had done to break it. And that really helped me. Instead of just going, oh, I didn't get it right, let me scrap that and go to this next thing. So, and that I think goes back to the, Brandon backs away slowly, he says. For anyone who doesn't know, so Brandon used to be on the docs team, and I would ping him constantly, hey, Brandon, and that's sort of our running joke that my thing always begins with, hey, Brandon, ! And he helped me so many times. So thank you so much, Brandon. But what happened was that then I became really confident about those particular things that I was practicing. And it goes back to that taking your time. So take your time and bite one little piece off and play with it and play with it and play with it until you can do it in your sleep. That's what I would do.
That's right. Yeah. One thing I would just add, I would like to, again, appeal to all of the people who are already quite good at it to reach out and offer to teach or at least encourage those around you. And because this was somewhat related to diversity or minority backgrounds, is to really look around you and see who is it that, with just a sentence or two of your encouragement could get started or get unstuck or regain their confidence, because a lot of learning is just having the confidence to keep going. So please encourage people.
I also, the ducky stuff that's over here on the side. I have to say, yesterday I was commenting and I use a dictation thing because I'm trying to heal I hurt my wrist. So I use this dictation thing and it always puts ducks team instead of docs team. So if you see me talking about the ducks team, that's why. That's why they're making quacking ducking jokes. Just
That's hilarious.
Yes. I love it.
Okay.
Very cool. Jules, do you want to finish us off?
Yeah. So Tracy, first of all, thank you for having us. Thank you for putting
Thank you,
on.
Tracy, and all the organizers and all the audience.
Thank you for having a Women's Day. I think it's really important to us on the Angular team that we have diversity and inclusion in our community, and doing these types of events helps us to support all the women in our community or all the diverse backgrounds. So thank you for having all of us. I think I want to leave you and the community with, as you can see, we have a lot of new roles on Angular. I'm new. I'm old and new, right? So for those of you that don't remember, I was on the Angular team in a different capacity. And so coming back into this role at the end of last year, I took the time that I needed to listen to the team, to listen to the community, and to listen to Google to figure out what we needed to do to move forward. As you've seen in the last month or so, if you follow along with us pretty closely, we've had some changes. We have Jen, who's a new engineering manager. We have Cindy and Alona, and all these new teammates coming on to help us figure out the future. We're going to do that in collaboration with all of you. And so I'd like to reiterate that we're aware we need to figure out better ways to listen and hear and take your feedback and digest that and have it influence our product. We are working on that with Deborah. Cindy's working on other programs where we can hopefully improve the process and collaboration as well. Thank you to the community for believing in us all this time and giving us the opportunity to sort of reboot the team and reboot how we work with you from now going forward. Thank you.
Yes.
Awesome. It is so great to see you all as a part of the team, and I absolutely love it. Feel free to reach out to any one of these ladies on Twitter. And I know, Cindy, you don't have a Twitter though, right? Is that correct? Or, oh, you do? Yeah, I don't have it. Feel free to post it, and I'll definitely post it in the comments, or you can post it in the comments here. Other than that, thank you, ladies, for joining, and we'll be kicking it off again in just a little bit. Let's see, when are we starting our next session? It's going to be at 3 p.m., and Yvonne is going to talk about equity and understanding company equity. So thank you again, ladies of Angular, and I will let you all go for now.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Awesome. And let me go ahead and put the new schedule up, and we will see you back in about 13 minutes. Okay, I'm going to add Yvonne quickly to the stream. We're starting in about 5 minutes, but Yvonne, do you want to do a quick sound check?
Yes.
Oh, well, we can definitely hear you, but if you want to try to share a screen as well.
Okay, let me, because I think I just exit, did that by mistake. Okay, share my screen. Oh, I did the thing where I shared the screen but didn't share the screen. I'm guessing screen 2.
Is that it?
I think so, because it's like a screen in a screen.
That's the StreamYard screen.
Yeah, let me, now.
Now it's the Udemy one.
Yeah, okay, awesome. Yes.
Yep.
Whew.
Okay.
I always get nervous before presenting. Because I'm trying to make sure, it's like a lot to cover.
Yeah. And you're covering such an important topic too.
I know, and it's like, all right, don't mess up. And I just did. I think I caught that.
Well, I think we are good. So I will take you off the live stream and we will start everybody in just about 4 minutes.
Oh, great. Give me a chance to use the restroom.
Yep. Okay, see you in 4 minutes, everyone. All right. As you can tell from
ringtone?
here, It's time to start. Okay, let me go ahead and add everyone to the stream. Okay, there we go. Jeff, I'll let you take it away.
All right. I get the privilege of introducing Yvonne today, someone who needs no introduction. A hot up-and-comer on the talk-giving scene at conferences, meetups, whatever we call these online meetings now. Yvonne is the best. I met her last year in Atlanta. I just met her at the conference and before she gave her talk, but when she gave her talk, I think it was maybe the last talk of that conference. But I was just cracking up and learning some things, but just the style of speaking, the comfort that I envy on the stage, or at least the apparent comfort. Maybe you weren't as comfortable as you look, and the way of engaging the audience was just really impressive. So if you may have seen her at NgConf, other conferences, giving talks, meetups. And her talks are always informative and entertaining. I don't want to set an expectation that this talk will be funny or anything, but I'm sure even if not like intentionally humorous, her presentation will be entertaining. She's also the co-organizer of the Atlanta Google Developer Group, and she's sharp, she's quick, she breaks things down in a way that's easy to understand. And I'm really excited about the talk she's giving today. She and I talked last week a little bit about it, and I think it's an overlooked topic that a lot of people in tech, when they're joining companies, they're offered equity in some form or another, and they don't really have a framework for assessing that or understanding how it fits in. And I think this talk is going to be great at helping people look at that a little bit more clearly. So with that, I'll hand it off to Yvonne.
Hello, everyone. I wish I had the little sound thing where I just give myself an applause with like the little sound effects, but I don't have that because I wasn't smart enough to do that beforehand. But, my name is Yvonne Allen. I am a Java developer advocate at Vonage, and you can find me on Twitter at yallen011 and on LinkedIn as Yvonne Allen. Let me just do this one thing here where I actually start the presentation. There you go. Never be afraid to laugh at yourself, people, because I do that all the time. So yeah. So like I was saying, my name is Yvonne Allen. Recently became a Java developer advocate at Vonage, and I still have a love for Angular, so that's why you find me here. And my talk today is going to be about Equity 101, understanding company equity in your compensation packages. So what are some of the benefits of this, and why would you even care about equity in the first place? Because most people, if you were like me beforehand, you're probably like, I don't even see why I need this equity. Just show me the money. Give me the base salary, make that high as the sky, and leave this equity thing alone, because I didn't understand it. It didn't have any value to me because of the lack of knowledge. So what I want to do today is empower every person here, woman or man, or non-binary, to understand equity. Why does it matter to you? What benefit does it have in the company, and how you can leverage it in your negotiations in order to either gain more money through stock ownership, or to flip it around and see how you can either leverage it to get more of your base salary. But in order to even understand what you're doing on the negotiation table, you need to understand the mechanics. So here is Equity 101. So what are the benefits? One of the benefits is you can earn extra money. So it's an incentive that companies use for their new hirees. Sorry, let me put these notifications on silent. For their new hirees, in order to either incentivize them to stay longer, or to have another way in order to be more competitive in the field by offering them money on the back end with, earning it, like vesting it. So again, potential to earn more money. Another thing you can do here, is, another benefit is you could become a
shareholder in the company. You can own part of the company through your shares. And also, another overlooked thing that you may not have considered is that if you are new and beginning to the workforce and you haven't actually gotten a 401k, and the first thing you did was decided to go with a startup company, you can start creating your investment portfolio if they don't have a 401k. So, and even if they do, you can add on to your current 401k or any other investments that you have and create an investment portfolio. Now, another thing you need to know is the types of stocks that you will probably see out there, and they kind of differ in when you can, how long they last, when you can purchase them, and also their vesting schedule. So if they have a vesting schedule, some don't, some do, depending on which stock you get. So there are two main types of stock that you will see and may come across. One is stock options and one is restricted stock. And what I want to do today is explain the difference. Hopefully I don't go too far over time because there's a lot to cover. I'm going to try to break it down as much as possible in a way that you will understand, because even me, I'm like, what? So it takes a while to kind of understand the different tax brackets, like tax implications, and whether they have a vesting schedule or not. So I want to break that down to you as best as I possibly can and help you guys out today, everyone out today. So what are stock options? So stock options are not actually shares of stock. They are basically the right to buy a set of stock from the company at a fixed price. That's usually sometimes called a grant price, a strike price, or an exercise price. You will see those words used interchangeably throughout this talk, and hopefully you'll get more familiar with them. So with stock options, so basically, like I said before, stock option is basically agreement between you, the employee, and the company that grants you the option to purchase stock at agreed upon price. The owner of the stock the owner of the stock options are not do not have actual ownership in the company, like with some other stock options. At the time of when they're issued, the stock options, the owner of the stock options do not have any voting rights. They also don't have any rights to dividends. And but after they exercise their options, and the employee will receive like restricted stock, and then they will have those options, have voting rights and have dividend rights and actually own ownership in the company. But that is not until they exercise their options when that happens. So there are a few, two types of stock options you'll see out there is ISOs, which stands for incentive stock options. And then you have NSOs, non-qualified stock options. And let's see the difference between these two. So with non-qualified stock options, I feel like it's like you're getting the worst of both worlds, kind of, in a way, where you have to pay taxes on the spread you receive when you exercise or buy your stock. And then you also have to pay regular income taxes again when you sell your stock. So it depends. So when you are looking at these options that the company is offering you, you want to definitely consider your financial situation, what you intend to gain out of even having stock in the company, and what tax implications they will have for you later on down the line, or short-term, long-term, depending on how long you want to keep stock. And then also one thing to note is that you will pay more taxes with non-qualified stock than you would with the ISOs. So let's go over what incentive stock options are. So with incentive stock options, you will, they qualify for special tax options. And what are these special tax options? So, it'll allow you in order to pay a lower rate if you meet certain requirements. So those requirements are, you must hold an ISO for at least 1 year after exercising and 2 years after the grant date to be eligible for the special incentive tax incentive when you sell. And that special tax incentive is basically lower capital gains tax rates. So on the spread. And we'll later go on, I will later explain to you what a spread is in just a moment. Just want to get some of these definitions out the way, as well as like these key terms. So when I go further, you won't be lost. So another thing also to note that if you're in a certain tax bracket, you may be subjected to what is called an alternative minimum tax when you exercise your shares, if you are, if you make more money. And another thing to note is usually you don't have to pay taxes when you exercise for ISO. So that's a good thing about ISOs. You don't pay taxes when you buy the shares, unlike how with NSOs where you pay taxes when you buy and when you sell. So this one allows you to pay taxes only when you sell. And then another thing is when you are exercising or purchasing your shares, when you finally do get your shares, when they vest, you can either use cash, which means you're paying for the fees and the taxes outright when you're exercising or buying your shares, or you can do same-day sale. So what is a same-day sale? A same-day sale is when you sell a portion of your shares in order to cover the cost it is to exercise or purchase your shares. So that has a benefit of you don't have to use your own cash money in order to purchase your shares. You will use the spread or the interest that was gained on the shares in order to pay off all of the any fees and taxes. Or if you haven't had any increase in price, you'll just pay some of your share, use some of your shares to pay the taxes, and whatever else less you keep and do whatever you want to with them. Okay, so now let's talk about what a spread is, because I've mentioned it a few times and I kind of want to explain to you what a spread is. So let's give you an example. So a company had an evaluation, a 401A evaluation that yielded a strike price. Remember, strike price is the price of the stock at that particular time, like the fair market value at that particular time. And let's say it yielded $5 a share. Your grant was issued soon after, which locked your grant price at $5 a share as well. So strike price and the grant price, as you can see in the picture here, the image here, will be at the same price when you get them, your grant is issued. So let's say a year goes by and the fair market value of that stock goes up from $5 to $25. So now you have what is called the spread is $20 difference. That's your difference. That's the spread, and that could be your gain. So that is what, going back to what we're talking about in ISOs, would be some of what you would use to pay off your fees and to pay off your fees and some of your applicable taxes. And that is also, if you are doing an NSO, is what you're paying income taxes on. You're paying income taxes on that spread. So I hope that made a little bit more sense there. So there's a few ways. Let's talk about when you want to exercise your stock options or purchase your stock options. What options do you have in order to do that? One is, as I mentioned before, you can pay cash. So when you pay cash, you can exercise and hold. When you're paying cash to exercise and hold, you use your own money to buy your shares, and you can keep all of them, right? The next thing is your cashless. So when you pay your money, you also pay the fees and taxes. So you get to keep all that. So that's why you don't, unlike the cashless, where we're going to cover when some of the shares don't go to you. So with cashless, you can exercise. So this option is of cashless is you want to exercise your shares and sell some to cover some of your fees. So what that means is, your company may give you, if they allows it. So it also depends on what your options your company offering you. You won't always get all these options, and that's why you got to read your grant and see what the company offers. So again, like I was saying, you can sell some of your shares in order to cover your fees, or and then you share some of your shares, and then you cover some of your fees, and then you keep everything else. So those are basically the options that you have when you're trying to exercise your shares. And the last one is you sell, some of the money from the sale. Some of the money covers all the applicable fees, and then you pocket the rest. I mean, it depends on how you want to do it. Like I said, when you are looking at your options and seeing all of the restrictions and, you know, the grant restrictions and options that you have, you definitely want to consider, you know, what your current financial status is, how you want to even deal with the taxes involved with stock, and what your long-term or short-term goal is. Because if you're looking to do short, like sell as soon as, you may be looking for a different type of stock option, or if you're looking for a different type of stock altogether. So you definitely want to gauge that on your own before committing to an offer that will lock you into something that you don't particularly want to, that doesn't particularly align with what you're trying to do with your future. So let's talk about vesting. So what exactly is vesting? I mentioned that the differences between some of these stocks is, you know, if they have time restrictions or if they don't. And so if they have a time restriction, this is called vesting. So one analogy I decided to use in order to, you know, get that word vesting together is you want to think about it as vesting is short for investment, where you are investing your time in the company, and the company is investing some of their money into you, additional from the base salary, and, you know, take the word in out and you have vesting. So vesting, in another term, is stock options that are earned over time, aka accrued. I like to say accrued because I'm used to that word when it comes to when I have to accrue my vacation days, which I love so much. I earn those over time by working, and then the company awards me small amounts of my vacation until I can accrue enough or vest enough to go on like a week's vacation. Beach, here we come. So vesting schedule. What is the vesting schedule? So like when things vest, they usually vest over a vesting schedule. When stocks vest, they usually vest over a vesting schedule. And a vesting schedule is basically the amount of time it would take you to earn all your stock or be fully vested in the company from what you're offered in your grant. And there's two main parts of a vesting schedule: a cliff and the length of the schedule. So first, what is a cliff? A cliff is the first chunk of stock that is vested, and usually standard is a year. So let's say I'll give you the example. I don't want to give it away. I don't want you to get lost in this slide, and then I should give you the example again on the next slide. So the next thing is, after you have that, you know, seeing if you have a 1-year vesting cliff. You don't want to have a cliff that goes longer, because that drastically affects when the rest of your stock will start vesting. So they can't vest until you reach your cliff. So if you have a longer cliff than a year, it's going to definitely drastically affect your ability to get, you know, your stock and earn money from it. So the second thing is the total length of the vesting schedule, which often outline how long and for how long your shares will vest. Now, let's give you the example, the one that I was telling you about. Okay, let's say we have an example company called She Rules Inc., because she rules, International Women's Day, right? And so the amount of shares the company was granting you was 75,000 shares with a 1-year cliff over a 3-year period of time. So based on the image you see here on your left, the first year of the cliff, the year 1 is when you reach your cliff. And at that cliff, 25,000 of your units of your shares will vest. And then the next year, another 25,000 will vest, equaling $50,000. And then the next 25,000 will vest on the 3rd year, which gives you which will make you fully vested at $75,000. So that's how the vesting in the cliff works. The length of time determines, you can use that to divide by how many years you have, by the total amount by how many years you have, to see how many of your shares will vest per year. And that's like the total amount of vest per year. But again, the accruing thing is you can accrue a few shares a month, or depending on, you can further divide that to see how many shares per month you will have vested later on for your trading windows, which is something I'll cover in a second. So restricted stock. So the second type of stock, because I think what happened is we went way deep into stock options, and then you're like restricted stock. Hold on. When did we talk about that? In the beginning, when I was telling you about the types of stocks that we have, that you'll see, you have stock options, then you have restricted stock. So coming full circle around to the second type of stocks you'll see is restricted stock. These stocks are shares owned on the day that they are issued. They are usually time-based, aka they're vested, and are earned over time in a vesting schedule. So you may at this point get confused as well because the definitions didn't include it on the first one, but stock options also vest. So they do have options to vest as well, depending, again, it's very depending on the company and how they decide to do them, but typically stock options too also vest. But they also don't have to, but usually they do, because it's part of some of the restrictions that the companies offer in order to get you to stay and work for them and invest in the company and help them build. So a little bit about restricted stock. Restricted stock, sorry, looking at the time. Sorry, restricted stock is considered. These stocks are considered restricted because it may be subject to certain restrictions, investing provisions. One of which being is like if you leave the company before all your shares are vested, the company may have the right to buy those unvested shares back, leaving you without the opportunity to buy those unvested shares. And a second thing is restricted stock represent actual stock in the company. As I was mentioning earlier, when you have restricted stock, you do at that point have ownership in the company, which will give you rights to dividend distribution. Rights to have dividend distributions if your company do dividends, you will have rights to receive dividends. You also have the right to vote at annual meetings. And you also are, you do not have an exercise price. So unlike with stock options, when the stocks are issued to you, you own them with some restrictions. And I'll tell you how that happens. It kind of something that happens behind the scenes that allows you to just have them without having an exercise price, because you'll use cashless in order to receive the remainder. And I will cover that in a second. So there are two types of restricted stock. I told you it was a lot to cover. Hopefully I haven't lost you in the sea of equity. I rhymed. But we're almost there, guys. I promise you, everyone, we're almost there. And so again, there are two types of restricted stock. One is RSA and RSUs. I can say for the most part, what I've witnessed, you mostly see a lot more of RSUs than RSAs, and you will see why once I explain the difference between the two. So with RSAs, aka restricted stock awards, employees own the stocks associated with the RSA on the day they are granted. So they do not follow a vesting schedule. So this is one of the stocks that do not have to be vested. Once you get them, they're yours. Employees may still have to purchase the shares depending on the nature of the offer, though. So they're yours, but you still may have to do some purchasing, which can be a source of confusion, even for me, when you are dealing with these type of stocks, which is probably why they're not as common. And again, like I said, these stocks are not vested. Now let's go over RSUs, which is more common. So pay attention to this one, guys. And ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to this one, because this is where you will have more experience and this will be more beneficial to you. So RSUs are issued after they're vested. So back again to our vesting schedule, we have a 1-year cliff. So once we reach our 1-year cliff, the first, at that 1-year mark, we get our first 25,000 shares. At that point, our first 25,000 shares are vested using our vesting schedule. So that's what that means. It's they're issued to us after they're vested with our grant. RSUs are basically a promise from the company to give the employees their shares at a later date. Excuse me. This goes back to them using it as an incentive to get you to stay at least for 1 year in order to get your shares. With RSUs, You don't have to purchase your shares. You don't have to pay anything to get your stock. You only have to pay the income tax on the fair market value of the stock when they vest. So this is how that pretty much works. The company uses cashless, which means like I mentioned earlier, way back when I was telling you how you can exercise your stock. The company may allow you to sell a portion of your shares in order to cover your fees and your taxes, and the remaining of the shares you can hold or you can sell immediately. So, but also there is an opportunity, there is a high liability that you will have to pay capital gains on anything you earn on the spread, the difference between the price you bought the shares at and the price you sell them at. Also, another thing that makes them restricted is that if you leave the company, the company has the opportunity to buy those shares back, which is, one of the restrictions that you have. So again, what makes them restricted? Because, you're like, I still don't get it. Restricted stock options, restricted stock are, labeled restrictions because they have more restrictions on them. So one of them is time-based. Using the vested schedule, you have to, at least meet that time requirement of staying a year. They also have a milestone-based restriction. That means that for the company, if the company is not public yet, it has to have a liquidation condition of it has to be either acquired by another company or it has to be, it has to go through an IPO or be bought by a private buyer. And in some cases, it's both. If your company is already public, you don't have, of course, at that moment, you don't have to deal with the liquidation condition. But if it is private and you're going public, so in that case, you're going from stock options to RSUs. Again, stock options are the promise to buy by the company in the stock options, and then RSUs are saying that the company will give it to you at a later date. So boom. So if you have both the time restrictions and the milestones that sometimes for your RSUs, usually you'll probably see that more if you are dealing with a private company that has a contingency of going public. And then another restriction is, like I mentioned earlier, the buyback, which in some cases, if no PTE exists, and we will cover what PTE is, another keyword of ours, the company has the right to buy your invested shares. But if a PTE exists, you will have the option to buy the shares within a time frame. So when can you, the one thing that people want to know is when can I sell my shares? I have these shares and I want to use it to make some money. Maybe immediately, maybe not. When can I sell them? That's what I really want to know. When do I get my money, right? Depending on the conditions of your grant, you can sell your RSUs as soon as you meet the criteria for the shares. Usually, again, the time-based and the liquidation conditions. And commonly, companies allow you to trade your stock during certain timeframes of the year, which is called your trading windows. So when I mentioned that earlier, I didn't want to give that part away. But yes, when your shares have vested, you then have the opportunity to sell them, but only during for some companies, you may have 3 vesting, trading windows where you can sell your shares for money, or you may have 2 or 1, depends on the condition. You definitely want to pay that, or just ask them how many windows do I have, and I prefer 3 over 2 or 1. So, more chances, right? If the company is private, you would have to wait for a liquidity event like an acquisition, a IPO, or someone willing to buy the company on the private market. And then, I did a lot of talking. I can see that. So let's give you an example of the taxes, which is very important. We definitely wanted to be aware of this. Let's give you a scenario of Ebony. Ebony accepted her offer when Nrwl went public as a senior Angular developer. Woo woo, Ebony, you go. Okay. And she received an RSU grant. So let's see if she took let's go through scenarios of a few actions and see what the tax implications are. So one, let's say when she first receives her grants from Nrwl. Of course, there are no tax implications because nothing has been done yet. Let's say after some time, Ebony's RSUs vest. At that time, Ebony pays income tax on the value of her shares. So that's when it's paid. Now let's look at another scenario. Ebony RSUs vest and she sells them at the same time. So boom, she reached that 1 year, some of her shares, 1/3 of her shares vests. She then decides, hey, I need some money. Maybe I'm trying to buy a new house or, you know, do some upgrades. And she decides she wants to sell it at the exact same time. Ebony at this point pays the income tax. Again, she pays the income tax on the shares. So boom, straight ratio. She'll pay and she'll get the remainder. She'll get the money in the remainder. Next is, let's say if Ebony decides to sell her shares within the 1 year vesting window. If the price Ebony sells at is higher than the fair market value of the shares when she vested, when the shares vested, because you know she vested, her shares vested and she waited a year before she sold, and for the next year's time we did like our $5 to $25 jump. She has a spread of $20 at that point per share. She will pay a short capital gains tax on the difference. So that's kind of, you know, where you're getting to, okay, I held my shares and I gained money. This is the tax implications that you'll have. And then let's say in our last scenario, Ebony waits 1 year, like more than 1 year after her shares are vested to sell her shares. What would happen to her? What would happen? What tax implications will she get? If the price of this, if the price she sells is higher than the fair market value from which her shares vested from that period, she will then, because it's longer than a year, have to pay long-term capital gains in the difference. So again, these are the type of implications you may want to consider if you want to hold your shares versus vested. If the taxes is going to be too much for you, or, you know, do you want to sell them at a shorter time? But if you are looking for the company to do very, very well, you may still want to hold them and pay those long-term capital gains, because in the grand scheme of it, you still would have gained more money because you didn't use your actual cash in order to buy it. You're just using the interest from the shares and the amount of shares you have in order to pay the taxes off, and just, again, free money, get the remainder of the money after, you know, the taxes and the fees. So the last thing I want to cover is PTE, and what this PTE means, and, you know, what happens and what some of the implications with it. So PTE means post-termination exercise. So PTE takes effect for some companies if they offer it. It's, again, part of how the company wants to operate their grants. This will determine what happens when you leave the company. So if you leave the company and the company offers it, you will usually have around typically it's a 90-day PTE period where you can buy your unvested stock. This is really important because with ISOs for stock options, you will lose your tax benefits of paying the lower capital gains tax after the 90 days, because they will convert from ISOs to NSOs, and you have to pay the regular capital gains. It will not be discounted anymore. You have to pay the total amount of your capital, you know, the regular capital gains tax on that. So depending on how much money you got, like let's say if you have $1,000 and your shares were worth around $1,000 and you paying regular income tax on this and capital gains tax instead of a short lower capital gains tax, you definitely could be out like $1,000 of money that you would have otherwise received if you let it go past the 90 days. And so this 90-day PTE is really important for RSUs, which are restricted because if it doesn't exist, your company can buy back your shares without you being able to buy those shares so that you can, the unvested shares, and, you know, either use that to get more shares and more money later or not. So that's why post-termination agreements, exercise agreements are really important, and it matters mostly when you leave the company and how that works. So if you have some that haven't, if you left before your vesting period is ended, your company can buy back your shares if there's no PTE that allows you to buy those within 90 days. And in some cases it's longer, but it depends on the company. So I really, really hope I didn't overwhelm you too much with all the information about stock. I really do hope that I gave you at least some key terms to go look more into if you kind of washed over your head, or you can come back to the slides in order to just kind of dive deeper into what was going on and probably see more examples. Unfortunately, I didn't have that much time to either do as many examples as I wanted to, but I think I covered like at least the basics of the different types of stock options you'll have, and something to look for when you are looking at the grant that the company offers you for your stock options grant, and be a little bit more knowledgeable in your decision making when it comes to your salary negotiations and your compensation package. So thank you. If you have any questions that you want to ask me, you can find me. You can email me at yallen011@gmail.com, at Twitter, DM me. My DMs are open at yallen011, or you can find me on LinkedIn at Yvonne Allen, first name, last name, facts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. This is so needed because, you didn't cover the part of if somebody just randomly offers you equity and you just say yes and start building a product, and then where's the paperwork, right? That's another really big thing. Like, when you're talking about these types of things, it's really, really, really important to be savvy about it because you don't want to get screwed, especially if you're a developer. Because
yes,
a lot of times it's like, oh, well, we'll give you this much equity, like 20% equity for doing this, and you should build the entire thing.
Right.
Like, okay, then what? And people get screwed all the time.
Yes, especially if they offer you NSOs. You're going to pay from the front end to the back. Like, you're just going to pay. You don't get any benefit for you, particularly when you don't get any tax break. Like, you don't get any break when you pay your taxes. You're going to have to pay in the beginning. And so it's definitely important to know which ones they're offering. I had to ask when I started because I was doing the research on it at that time. And, even my recruiter didn't know. They was like, we don't usually get these questions. And I was like, now you will know, because someone else is going to ask, somewhere out there is going to ask about this question again. But it's definitely good to know, because then I was like, okay, I'll get the RSUs, and then I can, base my negotiations based off what that's going to offer me. But if I didn't know what an RSU was, I'm like, okay, cool, RSU, 25,000, okay, 100,000, okay, what does that do? I don't know. And you kind of leave it hanging, and you can potentially be leaving money on the table, because you can use that as a negotiation too. Like, if they can't give you more base, you can also go out for more equity. So, but if you didn't know your benefit of it, you would have just kind of left it on the table. That's, free money on the table.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much again, Yvonne. We love having you. Thank you for being on the panel earlier. And this is actually, I will let you go. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is actually the conclusion of Angular International Women's Day. So there were tons of amazing women that were on this, and feel free to follow them, and definitely keep being a supporter and keep being a sponsor and a mentor if you are not a woman. And for women, we really encourage you guys ladies to be a part of the community and reach out. And, we all want to see you all grow. So thank you again, and we will see you for the next one.